Folks, it is 11:30 a.m. We are set to open up the Enterprise Authority meeting. Let's start with roll call.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Get on.
Sean Borowitz. Larry Barbew. Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Aaron Paymont. Michael McCurchie.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Austin Mose.
All right, we need a motion to excuse Rob, Sean, Larry, Aaron, and Austin. Motion by Isaac. Support by Kim Hampton. All those in favor?
I didn't hear what.
Oh, sorry,
Somebody
motion to excuse Rob, Sean, Larry, Aaron, and Austin. Motion by Isaac, supported by Kim Hampton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, those folks are excused. Today on our agenda, under business, we have meeting minutes for 1/20/2026, resolutions for Bear on the Mountain FY26 budget mod, resolution for Tanglewood FY26 budget mod, resolution for waiver OpenAI. Need a motion to approve the agenda. Motion by Isaac. Support by Mike. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, agenda is adopted. Let's start off with minutes from 1/20/2026. Has everybody had a chance to review?
Yes, motion.
Motion by Kim.
And supported by Isaac.
Supported by Isaac. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes from 1/20/2026 are adopted. On to the first resolution. Kim?
Now therefore it be resolved that the Business Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to Bear on the Mountain Golf Course changes in personnel. Financial impact is an increase in expenses of $1,882.87. Support.
Motion by Isaac, support by Kim Gravel. Dan?
Yes, this is to create a lead pro shop staff, so there's somebody with authority in a leadership position in the clubhouse when the golf course manager is not there. Hours were reduced in other various areas to keep the cost of this position minimal. A cost increase, as stated, was $1,800 net aggregate once those other adjustments were made.
Any questions for Dan? All right, hearing none, we need a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Next resolution, Tanglewood.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Business Board of the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to Tanglewood Golf Course for a change in personnel. Financial impact is an increase in expenses of $1,935.26.
Motion by Isaac, support by Kim Hampton. Dan?
Yeah, this is the same structure as we just discussed on Bear on the Mountain. With the new staffing models we introduced last year, it became evident that we do need a leadership role when the golf course manager is not there with official authority. These lead positions do create that role. And again, there were adjustments made in other hours, so it's not creation of a new position, so to say. You're just reallocating hours for this position to net it out. The increase is $1,935 as in the net aggregate increase after the other adjustments were made.
Any questions for Dan? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Next resolution?
Any objection to waiving the reading?
I see no objections to waiving the reading. Dan, you want to explain this one really quick?
Yes, this is a waiver to sign an agreement.
Motion by supported.
Okay, Isaac motion, Kim Hampton supported. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a resolution to waiver, for a waiver to sign into terms. You basically have to check the terms and condition box for a application, an OpenAI application, to be used. It'll be a small number of licenses, 2 to 4 licenses. As part of keeping the EDC in lean staffing model, we try to engage any type of technologies that can help support workflow, research and development, and other various business functions, and that what this application will be used for.
So this is just to use software.
Correct.
Any questions for Dan?
It's cloud-based software, correct.
No questions. We will move into the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. All right, Dan, that's it. Do you have anything else for us?
I do not, thank you very much.
Any questions for Dan? Without objection, Enterprise Authority meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned. Thank you, Dan. Have a good day. All right, folks, we will be back for our regular workshop. 1 p.m. will be a closed discussion. Looks like we will be back open to the public at 2 p.m. with government HR. So we will see you back here at 1 p.m. If you could return your seats, it is 2:36. A little bit behind schedule, but we'll move forward with Government HR, Emergency Conditions Policy.
All right, so the emergency conditions policy, the version in front of you, and I believe both versions were emailed to you guys. The original was attached also, but this version is different formatting, so I thought instead of doing like the red line on the old one, because the old ones are, we don't even have Word versions of most of them anymore. So what I did is I went through and I highlighted the major changes. But so for the most part, the emergency conditions policy, I'll just start from the top and go down, but this policy is only applying to governmental team members. This particular policy is for the buildings and departments. We just generalized or other outages because the original policy spells out specific ones like, I believe, gas and other policy or other outages, but outages can be kind of broad, so we'd like to keep it that way. The next highlighted area is signifying that the chief executive officer and the chief financial officer are the ones that make the decision. The original policy also stated the casino CEO, so that's the only difference there is removing casino from this particular policy. And then the next paragraph, or the next yellow indicator is that this is new, this is an addition. If the sheriff's department was to issue a no travel advisory for a particular county or area or whatever the no travel advisory is for, then the CFO, CEO, and the tribal police, chief of police would be able to determine if that particular county or area also needs to be in a delay or a closure because they're saying not to travel.
Right there, I got a question for you.
Sure.
So I was originally supportive of this, but we've had a lot of really bad weather on the West End this year. And recently, M28 has been closed down a lot, and M28 was recently closed down, and both patients and employees were expected to report to one of the tribal health clinics, which I do not agree with, so I'm going to have to not agree with the language in this. I don't know if I'm going to be standalone in this, but I think regional area managers should have say over the chief executive officers, unless the CEOs are willing to drive down to the West End, because I'm not going to allow our membership and our people to be put in harm's way because somebody is not in our area responding in a timely fashion. This happened not very long ago, and I don't want to pinpoint the employee. So there were some things that happened that should not have happened with that clinic and with that staff. So I'm not going to agree with the terminology here just because of that. I see I have some hands up, Lana, then Bridget.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Tyler on this one. When I seen the language, I was just like, the chief financial officer, chief of police, I see that you will consult with him after the fact, but I would assume that, the chief of police could call his law enforcement up in the Munising area, Manistee area and say, what's going on, and then, the CEO and the chief of police can make that call. Nothing on the chief financial officer, with regard to why I wouldn't want him in there. I just don't understand why it wouldn't be the chief of police. How the policy was before, it was Christine and Bob, the chief of police, and other than, and I always said, that was a good way to do it, other than the fact that we never knew until the 11th hour whether it was going to be done or not. So I do want to tighten that up, but I don't understand why the chief of police wouldn't speak to his law enforcement in those other areas, because, like Tyler said, sitting in the Sioux, you don't know how it is in the 7 county service area anywhere else. So I'll keep listening, but I did want to make that comment too.
Yep. Bridget?
Yeah, I have similar concerns, because a lot of the executives are located in the Sioux and they don't know specifically. I know that there's a lot of times we don't have officers down here, they're sending them down from the Sioux, so we don't even have anybody that I know that they would call. Our health center manager is from the Sioux, our casino manager is from the Sioux. You know, it seems like, I don't know how we come up with people in our areas more. I guess that's my biggest concern. And I know, I appreciate you guys working on this, and I think it is getting better. But I think somehow we need maybe a few people in the community that can say what's going on too.
Yeah, so, and sorry for throwing the wrench in, like, I probably, had we not had a winter this bad, I probably would not have recognized otherwise that we have had some serious issues on the west end where it's been completely disconnected from reality in most cases, with road closures and even bad weather. Like, you could be standing out in Marquette, Michigan, and then you go over to Harvey right by M28 and it's complete whiteout the rest of the way. And vice versa between Marquette or Munising and that Elger County line there. There has to be something more regional where we can make the decisions. This winter has highlighted these issues. I don't anticipate it being a serious issue, you know, in the future unless we continue to get winters. I haven't seen one like this in like probably 30 years or more. But we need some language in here where a regional manager has authority over those outlying areas, because I do not think it works with just the CEOs and CFOs.
So a couple follow-ups to all the questions. The particular instance you're referring to, that would be a health clinic though, so that would be a different, this would be only for governmental buildings. So for that sake, that would be under, if health is gonna do, like, redo their policy or something.
Yeah, health is still under governmental.
But they have they're, I believe, don't quote me, but they're adapting their own policies, like they're gonna do their own policies. When I'm bringing these forward, these are not necessarily geared for health.
But they still don't have their own policies yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying that was implied to me.
I think it's the same way over there. Like in Manistee, our governmental is literally in the same building as our health. So if health has a policy drafted up that somebody regional can close the building, well, how can they close the building when the governmental can't?
Right, and I understand that that's where we might get a little
We wanted to make sure that
hairy.
those policies are going to be the same.
Right, and I don't know if, because we'll have, 4 different policies soon here, so.
Holly, then Lana, then Bridget.
So I just wanted to note that Ryan is over in the western end of the UP, and he communicates with Andrew when he is out working and clearing buildings and any staff that he has. What they do is they notify Andrew, and then Andrew is part of the group for the building closures. And so if something is being overlooked, I'd be curious to know where that breakdown happened, because he does let Andrew know when they go out to start clearing, whether there's issues, so.
Well, what was
Not sure.
overlooked was M28 was closed down one day, and the Munising Health Center was not. And there are a couple of employees that do not live in the greater Munising area, but they have family there, they've worked there their entire careers, they want to stay there. So I don't know if that was overlooked somehow, but when M28 closes, there's a public notice. So at that point, those buildings should be shut down.
Do you know, was that from the morning, or was that during the day that it evolved?
I don't remember what day was it. Was it the day that I tried to come out here and turned around? Yep.
I believe it was a Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, because I was headed over in the morning, and I was just like, I'm gonna die, and I had to turn around. And I beat the road closure, but it wasn't safe for me to do that. I should have gone the other way.
Right, and I know that Jessica and I both look to see the Michigan roadway closures, school closures, county closures, any of those types of things in the morning as we're assessing.
Yeah, but it did fall through the cracks, and
Yeah, and so that's concerning.
so I had Lana, Bridget, and then now Mike as well.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's really frustrating, and I know for you guys too. So I don't want to say that it's not, because I know it is, because you guys are up very early in the morning figuring this stuff out when some of us are still sleeping. So I want to put that out there. But it's really frustrating to hear that we may have 4 separate different policies on weather. it's frustrating, but it's embarrassing too when you get calls from staff at night to say, we see, other tribes, they have their notices out really in a timely fashion, and we're waiting at 10 to 8, what's going to happen. So, I don't know how we can simplify the process so that everybody, and I don't know why the CEO and the chief of police can't make those decisions for governmental, and health is a governmental, is a governmental entity. I don't know why we would be separating that out. And then the casino CEO with law enforcement as well. I don't, 4 different policies, that are all gonna be all different. I think we're making way harder. So, Ashley, what's the rationale that governmental's gonna have one and health is gonna have one? And what is the EDC gonna have one and the casino gonna have one?
Correct, 4 HRs, so there's 4 different policies and 4 different, I guess, siloed, for lack of better words, 4 different siloed sections, so everybody's can write their own policies. So yes, 4 different policies. And that's why when
So
I
do
bring
we-
these forward, these are all saying governmental on them.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Bridget, then Mike.
Yeah, another reason I don't support these silos, I've been saying that all along, but anyhow, I understand where you're coming from, Ashley. I think that, just like Lana said, health is government. That's what the membership have known forever. And I don't know if people from health were included in the conversations or what. I understand they're gonna have their own, but it is confusing for the membership to say governmental, and then, we pass that out, on social media or whatever, and then people are unsure of what it is. So I'm not blaming this on you guys at all, but I think the perception from the membership is that health is governmental. So somehow, either they need to be involved with the conversation, or we need to work on both of them so that they're similar. At least if if the rest of the government's gonna shut down, they're gonna shut down, but maybe their procedures are different because they're gonna have to call and cancel patient appointments or whatever. So, I know it's not easy, but that's, I think, what the problem really is all these different entities.
Mike?
I'm okay with some of the silos. I do think that the casinos are different. You're gonna have people that are stuck here at the hotel. There's gonna be people here, so I understand that. I do wish, though, like when we're doing these policies, when they're governmental, and I get the whole health thing too, but I guess I was looking forward to a collab, that when you guys are discussing these overarching big policies that are gonna address, and we know that the health is gonna have to address too, that there's a collab, that you guys work together, and that, yes, they're separate HRs, but we're still one tribe. And so I guess I was looking forward to that part, is that, hey, we know this was an issue, we're bringing it back to policy. I do share some concerns on the CFO being the one who makes the decision. I don't think it should be an accountant. I'll just say that straight out. It should be just Jess. The chief of police on here, he's come forward before on these things, and he said he's always going to err on the side of caution, so it should be a CEO decision, because that's where it lies. Because he said, as a police officer, they're always going to. I do think that's ducking a little bit of the responsibility, though, because sheriff departments do issue closure. They issue warnings, don't be traveling. So I get the silos, but I don't get the non-collabs. If we know that we're going to be bringing these forward, there should at least be an opportunity extended, saying, hey, we're going to be bringing these forward. We think you guys should be bringing it forward too. Let's work together and bring them forward to the tribe, to the board. So I do think we should work together on those, because it will get confusing in the membership when we have to issue, this is the closure for government only, not including health, enterprises, and casino. So if we're not working together now to even do the policy, we probably won't be working together on those notices either. So I look forward to you guys working a little bit more closely together. And the regional thing,
is a tough one because I don't think we have enough people in all the different regions to pan that out. I don't. I think it's gonna have to still come back to the CEO. I think that you guys have valid concerns and we need to, maybe a better way to address them. But passing them on or delegating them down to regional, I think it's gonna be problematic because we don't have people in all the areas. So I do think it probably needs to stay centralized, but the only other thing would be is we're addressing on here non-paid versus paid. I see that on the nose closures and whatnot and use of leave time. Is this addressing people that did come in though, that did make it to work versus somebody who didn't, you know, if they got to work and we made the decision to close after they've already got there, are we keeping them there? Are we releasing them? Are we addressing that in this at all? Okay,
I don't think that that particular situation is addressed in here.
okay. I wasn't sure if it's more problem, that's more of a casino problem, I think, but it does come up where people who get to work even during a thing and then we're not paying them accordingly to someone who didn't show up and then they're getting paid too. So I just want to make sure that we don't miss that. I'll yield at this time.
Okay, you can, Kim Gravel.
Okay, I see a little sentence in here. If a team member's program or work site is delayed or closed due to emergency conditions, and I'm thinking about people living on Sugar Island with the ice and the ferry boat, because going home the other night, we were clunking and hitting, backed up probably 6 or 7 times just to get into the dock. And they said, be prepared to go back across and back off. So is that, like, if they can't make it because of the ice, would they get a paid day off? It says that, you know, utilizing approved leave shall be paid for his or her scheduled work time in a special circumstance. So that would be like an odd, you can still make it, it's clear, the weather's fine, but you can't make it because the ice is all jammed up in the dock.
So how it's written right now is, like the paragraph that says the essential personnel, is the time and a half is for when there's a closure, not for like somebody being like living on Sugar Island that can't get to work. It's more so for when there's an actual closure. It says time and a half for reporting to work during hazardous conditions during indicated time of closure. So if they are putting out that we're closed, that's when the time and a half would be, not necessarily for somebody who lives
make
somewhere that can't make it.
Okay.
Because then I mean, I can imagine the scenarios of, you know, Sugar Island, yes, but then people could come up with a lot of different reasons of ice or things like that. But so, yeah, this particular one is not for that.
But if they couldn't make it, they'd be okay if they were allowed to work Zoom?
Yeah, that's in here. That's in here on one of the paragraphs saying that if you are already able to work from home, that you're supposed to be working from home then.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that particular person could work from home then, yes.
Okay.
Not all positions can work from home, so. Okay.
Oh, I see it right there. It's the next paragraph.
One more follow-up I do want to add, because everybody's referring to the CFO. That isn't new verbiage. That position was always listed in there. That was just brought over into this because the only person I removed from the list was this particular draft was the casino CEO. Otherwise, it always referred to the CEO, CFO, CEO of casinos, and chief of police. Those were the 4 that made the decision originally. Okay. Sorry, I gotta see where I left off. Okay, so the next chunk of the new part of this particular draft is to give a notice by 5 a.m. for a delay, and then if the delay turns into a closure, then they would make that decision before 8 a.m., giving somebody essentially 2 hours to prepare because they would have been planning on coming in for 10. So that's putting in a time frame that we did not have it all in, the current policy does not have a time stamp on it at all. Then the next chunk is essentially defining whether or not somebody gets paid for the time off. So we've had many different divisions, departments, things like that, call at the last closure, asking if a person was paid or not. So this paragraph is to define who gets paid for the time off when there is a closure. And what this is saying is if you were already scheduled for sick or vacation that day, then you would have to use your sick or vacation because you never intended on coming into work that particular day to begin with. So you would then be just using your sick or vacation as planned. It doesn't constitute everybody getting a paid day. And then the next paragraph is that if you were already on an approved remote work, that you are expected to work, because weather didn't have any effect in your decisions whether you're going to work remote or not. And then the last area is, the reason why it's highlighted is that we would have to define exactly who this would relate to as the time and a half, paying the time and a half, because that's new in this also. But prior to this, there's no pay for coming in if you're expected to come in, like if we're all in a 2-hour delay, but Holly has to have people come in to plow or snow blow, they're coming in the emergency conditions. So this would provide them with a incentive, the time and a half pay, but we'd have to identify who actually gets that based on job titles, job positions, things like that. Not everybody would get that. All right, so that's everything in a nutshell.
Cool. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, I think that's it.
All right, thank you.
One more thing on this real quick is just so that everyone is aware, James is included in that group text for the emergency closures.
Thank you. Bridget?
Just quickly, I appreciate Holly for saying that. I don't know, where are we going from here with it, other than some of the comments that we made about working with health and some of the others? Do they have a good direction of what they're doing? Because, I support the ones that have to be there getting the time and a half, and those that weren't getting weren't on sick leave getting paid. All that stuff to me is good stuff. So do they know the direction or what they're going to do when they come back?
Yeah, I think, to Mike's point, I would like to see, I think it would be nice to see some collaboration for consistency across the board for this. I'm fine with the silos, we presented it, but having some sort of collaboration so those things don't get overlooked for whatever reason. And again, I would like to see if there is a way to include the things that Bridget just mentioned, and then any kind of regional identifier, something that will not let that slip through the crack, and that, just in the future, to strengthen that policy, and not only protect our tribal employees, but our tribal members, thinking that they need to get, most likely all those appointments were canceled, so just seeing a collaboration across the board. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention, I think the reason we brought this policy forward, because it is currently in our employment policy for governmental, but maybe this policy is one that more falls along the lines of our contracting policy, our signature authority policy, one that's more overarching over various divisions, including obviously, health and, the other governmental buildings. I would think casino would probably still be separate because, they stay open more so than, governmental side, but maybe this is one of those policies that is combined between health and the governmental buildings.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what we have to do, I wouldn't mind seeing legislation take that over, or potentially in the future co-present government HR and health HR and show the differences between the policies, because I really don't think there should be a huge difference between them.
We can do that. We can reach out to James.
And, sorry, just so you guys know, there are no differences right now because health has not come to you to approve any changes. There's been discussion on what policies they fall under, but they are a governmental entity and they fall under, even though we're drafting with the intent of them not being included, because eventually they want to have their own policies. They haven't done that yet, so they are part of the government policies, and that's,
Right,
that's
so
my
then,
advice.
therefore, they would have Marlene as the outlying person that could make the call. And it would be nice to see her included in that. To if she says, I'm closing this clinic down, that clinic closes down without any approval.
I know Marlene also talks to Ryan and Andrew from facilities. I do know that, so.
Yep. Mike? And then Lana.
I guess just to touch base then back would be is how is that notice gonna look, what's that gonna look like? When we post an emergency condition, like say, you guys go back, we work on this, it comes back. To me, that notice is gonna be important too, because how we present it to the members and that we don't confuse them. I don't know the answer right now, so I'm not saying I do, but I do think that should be part of that discussion is what is that notice gonna look like? Is it gonna be a joint release? Is it, I wanna make sure that we're not confusing the membership on government versus health versus enterprise versus casino. I mean, I think that's a big thing, but also, I don't wanna confuse the membership, so hopefully you guys can, discuss that when you guys are discussing these changes. I don't expect an answer right now or anything like that, but I do think that we should be cognitive of what that notice itself is gonna look like, for we don't confuse the membership.
All right. Lana?
Well, yeah, I apologize, I can't see who's in the room there, other than the table. But, I guess, do we have the executives, I mean, if we're gonna have 4 different policies, I understand the silos, I understand those things. I think it gets real frustrating when, it just pits people against staff when we have one policy for this, another policy for that. I think it'd be easier for us to standardize one, but, where's health at? Do they have a policy that they're working towards? Because that's probably the most important one because of the clientele that they have coming in. And that's where we really need the time schedule and stuff like that, because, we all get the calls that they drove to the health clinic and it was, closed or whatever. So where are we at with that?
So I think Ryan already mentioned that they fall under governmental until all of their policies are brought forward and approved.
So health would fall under this one until others are.
As far as my advice, yes. Until they have their own policies, they are under governmental policies. I believe James has his executive report next Tuesday, and maybe we can get an update on where they're at with their policies then. I know they're working on them. Legal hasn't reviewed any yet, so I don't know if they're ready for legal review. Obviously not ready yet for board review because we haven't brought them to the board, but I know they're being worked on. But right now, for all intents and purposes, they are a governmental entity. They're not siloed. They're not an authority. They fall under governmental policies.
Right, okay, thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to take a short break and figure out what the alarm is for. We'll come back with Lansing Cultural Event Board Meeting Update as soon as we can. So 10 minutes maybe? All right, 10 minutes, we'll be back. We're coming back now, false alarm, we're all good. It is 3:14 PM, we'll move on to the Lansing Cultural Event Board Meeting Update.
I did, and the board just received an email for everybody on Zoom from Cody. And before we leave today, I would like to know if the board does plan to change the meeting date from July 21st, because I really got to start getting with the Hotel Doubletree to book the venue.
So we're just, oh, Cody, go ahead.
Okay, well, first off, I'd like to say thank you for the couple months advance notice. I'm sure you're all aware that planning some sort of cultural event is hard enough when you're doing it at home, but doing it 4 hours away in an area that I don't have a lot of expertise is going to prove challenging, but I think we're up to the task. So from my understanding, and I'm hoping to maybe get a little bit more direction from you guys today on what it is you're hoping to see. You want to have a cultural event of some sort down in the Lansing area, maybe the day before the board meeting down there. I had asked Jessica, had some follow-up conversation on what type of cultural event would like to take place. There was mention of maybe a mini powwow, a drum dance social, a round dance, something down there to offer with a feast to follow. So based on my recommendation of what I think would be feasible down there, I wouldn't recommend doing a powwow, because even a one-day powwow, there's a lot of protocols that have to take place. There's a lot of people that have to be involved. If we're planning on doing this cultural event on a Monday night, we might have a hard time finding folks to put up on a powwow itself. The concept of doing a round dance wouldn't be appropriate because that's something that has to be done during the wintertime when there's snow on the ground. Doing a drum dance social is a possibility, but it's going to require a different type of venue, which would allow multiple drums to set up, room for people to be able to dance and celebrate. So based on my personal recommendation of a hard week and a half of planning and digging, something that I think would be feasible based on my own personal and professional experience would be to host a cultural expo. For those that might be familiar, something similar to what we do here in town for Music in the Park. We invite a drum to provide the songs. We have an MC for the event. And then we invite a series of dancers to kind of highlight the different styles of dance that we as Anishinaabe Bay people have. So as you can see by the document in front of you, this is something I kind of just drafted up as a real rough document on what it would cost to have a cultural expo type event with an MC, with the drum, and then with dancers in like the 8 respective categories that you would see at a typical cultural celebration. As you can see in here, I put a little side note on the right-hand side. So these fees are representative of me being able to select a drum, a dancers, and MC of folks that are in and around the Lansing area. I have a lot of contacts with folks in the Mount Pleasant area, and talking with Kevin Leonard, Brian Moore, folks that are downstate. We should be able to find all of these pieces down there somewhere. These fees are based on my personal experience of participating with the Woodland Sky Native American Dance Company on what an appropriate fee amount would be for involvement of a drum group, an MC, and a dancer for this type of presentation. In the event, and this is what I'm kind of hoping to hear back from you guys, that your expectation is that this cultural expo or this cultural event be exclusive, inclusive of Sioux Tribe members only, and we're having to invite a drum group and dancers and folks to come down from the UP on a weekday in the middle of the summer. These fees are going to be substantially more simply to cover the cost of travel expenses. So that's kind of like my recommendation for the exposition of something that I think I and my department can pull off, like a 45-minute to a 1-hour long expo presentation. In terms of a venue, this has probably been the most challenging. I had a 2-hour conversation with Kevin Leonard, who is the director of the Native American Institute at Michigan State University, also a Sioux Tribe member from the Detour area. We had a very good conversation about several different options in terms of venues in the Lansing area. One or two of the facilities that I was recommended was the Nokomis Learning Center, which Kevin and then Mike McCoy later reaffirmed that it would be much too small. We wouldn't be able to fit more than probably 40 people in there comfortably. The other one was the Anishinaabe Friendship Center. At this point in time, they don't have a facility. They're a Facebook location. They're working on finding space, but they don't have a venue. So we kind of looked at the option to do maybe an outdoor event. Kevin had mentioned that Washington Park is located directly across the street from the Doubletree, downtown Lansing. But it is an outdoor venue. That park is owned by the city of Lansing, so any and all activity would have to be cleared through them. In the middle of the summer, you're probably going to be looking at one of two things, either egregious heat or the potential for an outdoor event. You have rain, so we'd have to be looking at like chair rental and tent rental, running it through the channel with Lansing. And I had also kind of been sort of warned that there's a little bit of a concern with a homeless population in that area once the sun goes down. Parking was another concern. There's a parking garage that's kitty quarter from Washington Park, but it's like $15 to park there. And it's not a hop, skip, and a jump to get to Washington Park from the parking garage. So concern about maybe elder transportation, you name it. Having the outdoor venue didn't seem to really be ideal. And it also doesn't even remotely scratch the question of what are we going to do for a feast? Because obviously there's not a commercial kitchen outdoors in a park. So moving on to other potential options, I am waiting to hear back from the Multicultural Center at Michigan State. I called and sent emails and have not got a response. I finally talked to a receptionist today. I'm guessing they were closed yesterday for the holiday. But I was finally able to talk to a human being, and I am supposed to be getting a call back. I have not received that information back yet. Another option that Jessica and Mike McCoy had suggested was the Waldemer Nature Center. Jess said that the board had a meeting with the governor there a few years ago, and it seemed to be a good space. I reached out to them as well. I sent an email to every single person on their contact us page, and also left a voicemail. Again, I have yet to hear back, but from my Googling, they have a kitchenette on site, but they do not have a full kitchen, so it's mainly for like catering prep, and not an actual meal prep. Which might be beneficial if we're able to find somebody to cater a meal. But I don't know. I have to hear back from them on what the cost of that facility is. It looks by the pictures to be a suitable venue, but I don't know what the cost is. I don't know if they host weddings and things, so I'm sure there's a fee for setup and chairs and tables and all the other fun things. So based on my personal recommendation, the second half of this document here would be to utilize the Kellogg Convention Center, Lansing. It's about a 12-minute drive from the Doubletree. That facility would allow us to have Kevin Leonard take part in co-sponsoring and covering some of the costs to utilize that facility. Being a part of Michigan State University, he can get the space cost for free, which is huge. So looking at the potential cost, just roughly, the only things that we essentially would be responsible for, with Kevin being able to get the auditorium, the banquet hall. I also have pictures of the Kellogg Center on the second page. I should start with that to kind of give you an idea of what the venue looks like. Kevin could get the auditorium and the banquet hall, like the space, for free. He's also graciously said that he could pick up the cost of the parking garage that's attached to the Kellogg Center, which is, they get a discounted rate of like $3 to $5 per vehicle, but he said that they would pick up that tab. And he said he would also be willing to provide light refreshments for the Cultural Expo itself. I would assume that would be like drinks and maybe some like light snacks. But he would be willing to cover those as a partnership with us to make the event successful. With that being said, though, the only thing that we'd be responsible to pay for having that event would be to pay for audio and visual equipment, so basically to utilize the existing microphones and sound systems that are built into the auditorium. Other than that, we wouldn't need like projectors and all those other things that this type of event wouldn't require that. And then lastly, they would require, essentially they'd be looking to generate revenue from a catered meal for the event itself. They have a pre-select menu of a whole bunch of different, they had an Asian menu that had a Taste of the South, a holiday meal, all sorts of different options that are like pre-select menus. If we're interested in having a meal catered, I know we had really wanted to host a feast and be able to prepare like Indian tacos with the bison meat that we've recently harvested, this venue would not allow us to bring food in from an outside center. That would be like hosting this event here at Kuwait and somebody asking to bring in food from outside. It's not something that they allow. With that being said, I also asked Kevin, I said, well, if they have a team of professional cooks there, could they make Indian tacos for us? And he said that it would not be the real thing. He said they could maybe try, but I don't know if that's even an option. If they would allow us to bring in our own groceries, I don't know. Those are options that I guess I haven't really dug into the nitty gritty. As of right now, they have tentatively held Monday, July 20th for us. Nothing has been officially signed. They're waiting for an update on my end. But to do this kind of in like the late afternoon or evening of Monday, July 20th, which would be the day before the meeting. To me, I don't know how many people we're expecting. If we're providing a meal, like a buffet style meal to this extent, I don't know if we would want to have like a registration where people could RSVP so we knew how many people were coming. Initially, when I heard the minimum fee of $36 per person for a meal, I kind of gasped. I thought that was a little high. But respectively, if we're looking at a turnkey venue where we don't have to worry about, preparing a meal, where we're going to cook it, who's going to provide it, how we're going to get the groceries down there. If we're expecting a group of about 150 people, if that expense is going to be split 5 ways across all of the cultural enhancement units, I think it's a pretty reasonable expense where we do not have to worry about the meal. They're going to take care of everything. We'll have Kevin there, kind of in the Lansing area as a local expert. He's held many, many events at the Kellogg Center himself through his work with MSU to great success. And I think that would, at this point in time, be the most turnkey option for the event itself. So kind of 2 different things that we're working at. The Cultural Expo would be one, and then the supplementary one would be the feast on what that would look like. This is what I've come up with in the last week and a half of kind of digging. So I'm just trying to get some insight, get some input on what you guys think, and go from there.
All right, Kim Lee, your hand was up, and then Bridget.
Yes. Thank you, Cody, for looking into all of that so quickly for us. So I think, me personally, I hope that we could possibly move it to that Sunday, and then potentially move our meeting date to Monday, was my thought process. Did they mention if that could potentially be available on a Sunday? Is that something that's an option?
Yeah, I mean, they're a full-on convention center, so I'm sure they do stuff 7 days a week. I just don't know, because I didn't ask them if Sunday was available, what their space looks like, but I could definitely follow up on that if that's something that you guys are interested in. The only other thing I guess I would err in terms of caution is if you're planning on doing anything on a weekend in the summer, you're going to be competing with a powwow somewhere, somehow. And that was kind of the biggest thing that, looking at the date of if we were to do it on Monday, the 20th, Saginaw Chippewa Powwow, their big summertime contest powwow is the following weekend. So I would hope that a majority of the folks that I could utilize for this event would potentially be available. So Sunday, I can definitely follow up on that if that's something that you guys want me to look into.
Was there anything, do you know if there was anything that weekend that we're talking about, if there was any powwows scheduled for that weekend?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to get on the Michigan powwow page because there are some powwows that happen on the same weekend every year, and then there's some that are flexible and they change from time to time. So I can look to see if there's any other powwows happening that weekend, but just because there isn't a powwow happening in Michigan, our Anishinaabe people travel to Great Lakes to attend powwows all over the place, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Canada, but I can look into that. If Sunday is
Absolutely, I
a more
would love to
appropriate
look
date.
into that, and myself personally, I was hopeful to see an expo. Sounds wonderful, but I don't think that that's the inclusion that the membership needs outside of the service area, so if at all possible,
Express, 995 South.
I think that we should, I think that if we could do somewhere between that and a round dance, that's something that I would like to see. That way it's inclusive, for people to be able to join in, not just watch, I guess, other people participate is what I was hopeful to see. So I'll let everybody else weigh in. Thank you.
Bridget?
Yeah, Cody, I appreciate you and Kevin Leonard working on this. I'm in full support of Cultural Expo. I think you went through everything, checking out what would work best on a Monday night down there. I'm in support of keeping it on that Monday. I'm in support of us paying for that meal out of our cultural enhancement. And I think that was everything that you had. Oh, and when it comes to the bison, I think we could distribute it like it was distributed up here if we wanted to do that. So I'm good. Thanks, Cody.
Thanks, Bridget. And I guess one thing that I'd like to add in terms of their flexibility or capabilities at the convention center is that if we wanted to feature a specific type of food or like a meal, maybe gear it towards more traditional, like Anishinaabe type foods, like if we wanted to offer a salmon dish and wild rice and squash, if we wanted to do something that was more geared towards who we are as people or who we were historically as people, I can dive into that. If we have a date selected and we can essentially lock this in, all those other specifics, we have more than enough time to ask what their capabilities are, so.
Mike?
I want to reiterate too, thank you for putting something together this fast. I'm okay with the dates as well. I do see where there's some value maybe on having it Sunday, but I'm okay with it being on a Monday night. I think one of the things that should be noted though is like if we do go the expo route, that doesn't prohibit it. Like if we're talking about like cultural night like we do down at evening with the music, they invite people to dance. So I don't think that would be prohibited in this. There's going to be some portion that will probably have. I mean, we're the
Yeah,
ones building it.
we can do
allow it.
whatever. I mean, if we wanted to end this cultural expo with like a two-step or like it wouldn't be a round dance like on hand drums that you would think, but a two-step where everybody can, circle around the auditorium and hold hands and
Or even
celebrate.
just some intertribals.
Yeah.
Have a couple of intertribals at the end there and just have some people do some dancing, just to
Yeah.
get involved and to dance. So I don't think that would be prohibited if we do the expo route, because we're going to be the ones to determine how that looks, so.
Yeah, we can turn it into whatever you guys want.
So I'm in agreement with Bridget here, where I'm good with doing our portion too. I liked how you said, like, maybe we should try to gear the food towards that if we can, knowing that it's limited, knowing that we're at the mercy of that venue, but, and we can distribute the buffalo probably at that event anyways, so, or at our meeting the next day. Nothing prohibits it from doing there, so, I think this is a good, mix, so, good job.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Just looking at the picture of the auditorium there, I think if you conclude that we can't have like a little mini powwow, then we only have that one picture of the auditorium. But there are rooms there that are big enough to have a powwow at the Kellogg Center. There are meeting rooms that can hold 100 people. So I think that we should check to see if there's a meeting room, a large meeting room that we could host it in, and then we could do like I think a mini cultural expo and then a couple of intertravels. I don't think that auditorium is going to be conducive to it. I don't think they'll allow that at the Kellogg Center. But I think it was Kim that was suggesting that we be inclusive. That's why we're doing this. We're not doing it to put on a minstrel show. We're doing it so that they can engage in their culture. And that means they're going to want to dance. And that auditorium is not ideal, but there are meeting rooms that are big enough to do that. I don't know why, and I'm not going to push it, but I don't know why we never checked public schools. There's a couple of public schools down there. Okemos Public School. We have a good relationship in the past with them. In fact, we convinced them to change their mascot, and there was several Sioux Tribe members that were involved in that. Mike McCoy knows about that. But Okemos Public Schools might be an option, but then that does get complicated with food. I think Kellogg is probably the best option to minimize what kind of additional work we have to do in order to have it, because they do have they do have food there. It is very expensive, but you know, they could do some kind of hybrid. If you talk to them, they have a set menu, but if you talk to them, Kevin said they wouldn't be able to do Indian tacos, but you know, Indian tacos are not rocket science. They're not indigenous either, but they could probably do Indian tacos. So I do support the Kellogg Center as the location, whether it's a Saturday or a Sunday. If it's Sunday, Monday, and we move the meeting to Monday, that would work. It just seems like if it's Sunday for the mini powwow cultural expo, and then we don't meet until Tuesday, well, we could have a community meeting on Monday too, but eventually they're going to get sick of us. So Sunday, Monday, or Monday, Tuesday. You might get more people if it's Sunday night. So I didn't say anything definitive, just things to think about, I guess. But I'm glad we're doing it.
Yeah, so I know that the contact that Kevin had with the convention center, they said that the Big Ten rooms were available for the event. So looking at like the kind of map of the facility layout, those would be kind of like the 3 larger rooms on the left-hand side of the diagram. I'm assuming that those rooms just have like foldable partitions in between. It doesn't look like there's anything fixed. So maybe if we could utilize all 3 of those rooms put together, that would solve the issue of being able to have the inclusion of the intertribals at the end where folks can dance, and then also be able to have the feast in that same space. So the auditorium was kind of just a nest egg idea if we were looking to do a presentation in terms of having a comfortable spot, you know, for the audience to sit where people could all have a good visual, but we're not locked into doing it in the auditorium itself.
Hey, the other thing I wanted to say is that I don't know if it'll help us to get a better deal, but it sounds like it's a good deal anyway, because Kevin's going to be able to get everything donated, but is the Kellogg Center also has rooms. So if we could potentially, if it's a Monday, Tuesday, we could travel down Monday and then go to have our event there Monday, spend the night Monday, and then have our meeting on Tuesday, workshop and meeting on Tuesday, and then either spend another night or drive home, because it's only 4.5 hours from Lansing. So, and the hotel there is nice. The rooms are small. They're not elaborate, but they're not chintzy or anything. They are nice. They're just really, really small. I think the board stayed there for some of it. I don't remember what it was, or it might have been a quorum meeting or something. And the showers are not separate from the bathroom. It's just like one big room, and you have like a shower handle. So your floor is going to be wet in your bathroom. But those rooms are nice. Kellogg's nice.
Okay, so at the very least, we need some consensus for Lana here so she can begin planning with Cody and anybody else that needs to plan. So the question is, does the evening of Monday, July 20th work for the gathering, or whatever we want to call it, to the best of our ability, and then the 21st for workshop and meeting? I don't see any.
You gonna roll call? I'd say yes.
Does anybody oppose to the evening of the 20th and the full day of the 21st? She does have a question about whether or not we're going to have a community forum.
Well, if we're going to do the cultural event on Monday night, then we would have to do a community meeting on Wednesday, so I don't know if that's what you guys want to do. Had no idea the Kellogg Center had hotel rooms. When I call the DoubleTree to book the meeting space, though, I'll need to let them know then if I'm doing a block of rooms. So I will need to know, am I doing the block of rooms at the DoubleTree, or am I going to work with Cody to try to get a block at the Kellogg? I'll be staying at the DoubleTree because I have to be where the meeting is, because we have to set up early. So I just need some direction on that.
Well, that's if we conclude the meeting's going to be at the DoubleTree, but what about Kellogg? Wait a minute, why aren't we talking about DoubleTree for a mini powwow? They've got large meetings there too, rooms there too. Oh, it's going to be more expensive than Kellogg.
Well, and for last year, and I think Ryan was able to resolve it with the Doubletree's general counsel. It was they had to talk with Ryan about the ability to smudge in the facility. And I honestly, at this point, I think they resolved it to where we could, but Ryan just stepped out of the room, so that was what we had to do last year.
Kim Gravel.
Well, why not I just answered my question again, because it's gonna be cheaper for the venue at Kellogg. We're gonna pay a pretty penny if we're renting their big room, because they have several big rooms at the Doubletree. That's where we meet for United Tribes and the reception. Wednesday night, there's a legislative reception there this week. But I don't know how much that is. It's probably a lot.
And I also don't know, Aaron, do you know off the top of your head, does the Doubletree, do they provide food? Like, do they have a kitchen?
Yeah.
Like, could they cater a meal on site?
Yeah, they're gonna be just as challenged as Kellogg though, because they have set foods that they have, although they do have whitefish spread.
We had breakfast provided on the Tuesday morning, just like a minimalist breakfast buffet bar for Monday or Tuesday morning last year, but yeah, it's not that cheap.
Kim Gravel.
Okay, I think it would be better if everything was at the Kellogg, us staying there. I mean, I don't know how big of a lift that would be for you to switch everything, Lana. You know?
I haven't done anything yet.
Okay, so we could look at getting a block of rooms for the board there, and then I think of the parking when you're at the Doubletree.
We have valet, and we actually covered members parking who attended our meeting. We
how
worked that out with
many?
Doubletree to just invoice the tribes.
But we're
account.
looking at like 150 people.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just talking about for the meeting. He's still talking about having the cultural event at the Kellogg Center.
Right.
Yep. I don't know what their parking situation is.
At the Doubletree or?
Cody
Kellogg?
just shared,
Kellogg.
Cody shared with.
Yeah, so there's an attached parking garage, and Kevin can get a discounted rate for any event. He said it used to be easier because you would give people like a ticket to get out, but now it's like a QR code. But he said that he gets a discounted rate of anywhere from $3 to $5 per vehicle, and he would be willing to cover that expense as a partnership with us. So in terms of like a turnkey venue that covers parking, it covers the space for a meal, covers the meal itself, and then space for the expo or the event. That's our best option so far. Another reminder coming from, I'm not sure your name here, Michelle, Sugar Island Powwow is that weekend before. So for anybody that plans on attending Sugar Island Powwow or board members or anybody that does that, that won't conclude until
Sunday.
roughly 6 o'clock on Sunday.
Tyler just looked
So
up.
sticking to
room
Monday.
rates, and the Kellogg is more expensive than the Doubletree, at least from what we're seeing online. So,
For hotels or for space?
hotel room, sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
So I would do the total cost for the whole.
So we're going way too deep into this, you guys. Let's leave the event planning up to Cody and Lana and our staff, and then just give them some dates to work off of instead of everybody trying to decide where we're going. Because I think we're getting on the same page, but we're going real far down the rabbit hole. So the question was, do we want to have a community forum? If so, that would move us into Wednesday, or are we just sticking with the culture night on July 20th, along with the board meeting, the workshop and meeting on the 21st? Mike?
Is it possible to try to make the community forum part of our meeting and try to keep our meeting really light on
Yes.
the agenda? Because that, to me, is what we should do, is have our meeting Tuesday and the forum Tuesday, go from forum right directly into a meeting, keep the agenda as light as possible, that way we're not going all night.
I got a better, well, it's an idea that goes along with that.
Okay.
We could do a condensed workshop, hold the meeting at 3 or 4, and then move into your community forum. So we're still everything on Tuesday.
I just don't want to make it too early that people can't get there. I think that was one of the things, we had people
Right.
coming
Yep.
in kind of late.
Right, and if we started the
So-
meeting at 4, get through all of the business, and you guys can take a quick dinner break or whatever, and then start the
the-
community meeting at 6.
Sounds like a great idea.
If nobody objects to that, then I'll make sure we get the room for that long.
Are there any objections to the plan, the 20th and the 21st? I'm sure that they'll plan together the most wonderful location and spread for the community, but let's make sure that we get the community engaged. We'll probably need to approve that still, right? Or no, because it's already pre-authorized. Do you, I think what they're gonna need, I think Cody's part's gonna need all of the units to approve X amount of culture funds in order to come up with the costs of the event. So I think that's the only step forward that we need to take.
It's $25.60 per unit at the cost that he put on this estimate.
And I just want to say that this is a draft. These are not official figures. I mean, the Cultural Expo is as close as I can get it because we control that. But in terms of like the $36 per head and the $400 for audio visual, that was the $36 for the minimum. And then $400 was Kevin's best guess on the audio visual equipment. So I can come back if we finalize this. I'm not sure who would have to sign the agreement. If I probably send it to Lana's office to make the official space booking. And then I can come back with more concrete figures in the next month or so, if that's something that you guys want. Or if you don't care, I can just continue on and do my own thing.
Yeah, this one's pretty, Lana?
Yep, I just have two things. I think Lana had just stated what each unit, was there a price for that already? The budget? How
Well,
much it was?
with his estimate that he has in the document we sent you, it would be $25.60 per unit, but he's saying that that's just a rough estimate.
$2,560, okay.
Yep.
And then the other comment that I had, and I had stated it last time we talked about this wonderful idea, is that we engage, and I'm very happy to hear that Kevin Leonard is helping and Brian Moore and being inclusive to them, and that's a very, very good thing down in that area. But also keeping in mind that, if we have drums that are needed or dancers from our own area too, that we can encourage them to go. So everybody is inclusive to this, and I know that Kevin and Brian will be inclusive to that, so as long as we are as well. Just I want to get that in case they say, well, why weren't we invited to go? So it's a big lift for you guys, but I trust both of you to steer this in the good direction, so. And the other thing is, I wasn't gonna say it, but I'm gonna say it, if we could call it something other than a expo. I don't know what. That sounds so corporate that,
Yeah, we can come up with something a little bit more appropriate. That was just like
good.
something that I came up for the draft document.
Okay.
The biggest thing that I have, Lana, and I was able to be on for a little bit of the discussion, the tail end of the discussion 2 weeks ago when the idea came forward. I'm not sure what that looks like if we open up the event like to other, drum groups or, other dancers. The biggest concern that I had initially was just the what we would need to provide for a group, hypothetically like Mukwege, to travel down to Lansing for an event like this. I don't know logistically, like we can open it up and say if any other drums would like to participate or dancers, what that open call would look like and how many potentially hundreds of emails or inquiries our department might get.
Have we already sought out a drum group?
No, this is just based on my estimate, these prices to be able to find a drum and dancers within around about an hour distance away from Lansing. That way we're not having to provide lodging, we're not having to, provide per diem.
Right.
This amount per dancer and this amount per drum will be all inclusive of their participation in the event itself.
Right, okay.
So
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So I think we got our dates,
Yes, we do. Awesome.
and that's what we're looking for.
Yes,
All right.
Thank you.
And you guys will plan the rest.
yes, we will.
Okay.
We'll keep you posted.
Okay, all right, be rich.
Thank you.
Stay out of it, right?
Yeah.
Please, no.
I think you guys are confused. You're like, have you gone here? Have you gone here?
Yeah.
It's like, what about the Lansing Center? Don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Well, they owe us 350,000, which we're probably never gonna see.
So they can borrow us our space.
That's right. Technically, we own that parking lot still.
Okay, well, I think we got an hour to do chapter 82 proposed amendments.
Do we have an hour?
We do.
We have to do agenda review still.
We'll do it during the meeting.
Okay.
Are we on break for a minute?
No, Ryan's just getting set up really quick.
Oh, okay.
You ready?
Okay,
Let's go.
all right. So we'll see what we get through today. And we'll just go through each red line and talk about why the legal department is proposing it. Our, Judge Byron, who's behind me, she did send comments to us and the board, and we can talk about, and try to talk about a little bit of that as we go through. And we'll see, I'll just pull on each one, and we'll see what we get through today. If we don't get through it, we will just schedule it for the next available workshop to continue the discussion. Let me make this a little bigger on the screen here. All right, we'll start with our definition section. We added a definition here, final judgment. Final judgment means the last decision from the tribal court that resolves all issues in dispute and settles the parties' rights with respect to those issues. A final judgment leaves nothing to be decided except decisions on how to enforce the judgment, whether to award costs or to award attorney's fees. This is a pretty standard definition of final judgment. I guess it should be noted, the legal department doesn't make these decisions in a vacuum. We do look at lots of other tribal codes, state, federal codes. We have a breadth of experience in the legal department with working for multiple tribal courts, state courts, federal courts. So I don't want to think, the board or the membership to think we just came up with all this stuff in a vacuum. We do try to look at as many other tribal codes as possible, see what might work for Sioux Tribe, discuss it with the board. Not all of it is going to work. Not all of it is going to be something you guys agree on. But the first change is that definition of final judgment. It feels like it's pretty non-controversial to me. But if there's questions, I will field them.
Any questions for Ryan here?
I guess I don't have a question, but I would like to hear from either our lower court or our appellate court judge, their input throughout.
I think we're here to work through the legislation portion of the workshop first, and then we'll hear from anybody else if there's time.
Okay.
So we'll do it in a vacuum of what the people who are charged to implement. I don't understand that. I mean, if we were, we just met with HR and ad nauseum, we talked with HR about different drafts of legislation. We wanted to know their input. Several board members insisted that we find out what the input of the other HR departments are. And so we're incorporating the very people who are involved in the implementation. And so I guess maybe I'll turn my question around. Why is the lower court judge here, the administrator and the appellate judge, if they're not going to give us input?
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't anticipate that they were going to provide input at the workshop. I presume they jumped on to see where the discussion goes. I know there was written comments provided. Also know there was membership input forms submitted for the meeting part. We never discussed having a workshop with the entire court or the legal department until right now.
So I noticed that this is not listed as a closed session item, and if we were meeting with different departments, the staff involved in those departments would be participating. They wouldn't be relegated to tribal members having to sign up to share their membership issues. I'm just trying to understand the lay of the land. We're talking about the people that are involved with the implementation of the code. So I'm trying to understand the
I
rules
want
of
to
the
make sure we're on
road.
the same page, Aaron. The court doesn't implement the code, right? The board votes on the code, the legal department implements it with the administration, and the courts then rule based on that code. They make decisions and determinations based on the code, but they're not implementing the code. They are, ruling based on the code. So I don't know, we've never had.
Final judgments are issued by judges, not by the legal department.
Those are two separate issues. I mean, we can just debate all day and not workshop this, or we can go through and we can.
No, I don't, I think that's a cop out. I'm trying to get to my substantive answers of, so a final judgment is a judgment that's done by a judge, not by tribal legal. Tribal legal can advise us to draft up the relevant language that should be in legislation. But I think that, I feel, and maybe I'm the only one here, I feel that we're at a loss because we're the legislative branch and we're not judges, we're not court-trained officials, and we're entirely dependent upon tribal legal advising us when what I'm trying to get to is practicality and practicability of implementation of what we're being asked to redraft by the very people who are discharged. The court administrator is charged with scheduling. The judges are charged with making the judgments, not anybody else. But if I'm the only one that's interested in hearing what they have to say, I guess we can take legal's direction and then either vote or not vote. So I won't be prepared to vote.
Isaac.
Hey, Aaron, I'm with you. I want to hear what they have to say.
I think it should yield the best results to get input from the people who are the practitioners of our laws.
Rob.
I would like to hear what they have to say, but I want to hear all of them. I don't want it to be one select one that gets to have all the input. They all have the experience. I mean, let's have to sit down and talk with them.
Right, we weren't invited to the workshop, and Judge Palmer is actually the only employee, so that would be a different workshop. I think we just need to get through legal's red lines right now, and then bring them in for a workshop together and invite them, so it's not exclusive.
Yeah, no.
We did discuss this morning, for those who may not have been in attendance.
Yeah,
I was in attendance. I'm sorry, I have a point of inquiry. Did the court administrator leave? She's also an employee. She's actually the employee that's charged with implementing the court. She's online?
Ryan.
I saw her earlier.
Let's move through the policy. Rob, do you have your hand back up?
I was looking for a definitive answer, and, okay, I see her now. Thank you.
No, Tyler, I forgot to take it down. I'm taking it down now.
Thanks.
But my recommendation was to hear from them all, just so that's clear.
All right, Lana.
Okay, I'm listening to everything everybody has to say. I was there this morning to hear the comments as well, but a couple of questions arise right now. So they're there. We're going to get through this draft here today. We're not voting on any of this then tonight and hearing it after if we're going to encourage them to give us their input, we're not making any decision tonight on it then, correct?
Here's what I was,
Because that-
yeah, here's what I was gonna suggest, Lana. If you
Okay,
want,
yeah.
go through what we can today. Carrie and I were talking, we can figure out with our schedules, some dates to propose to Lana, if you wanna have a workshop with legal and both the lower court and the Court of Appeals, right? We won't vote on anything tonight, we'll pull that from the agenda, and we'll go from there. If that sound reasonable?
That sounds reasonable to me because I wouldn't want to take their input after we vote.
Well, yeah,
And I'm
certainly.
glad
I
to
agree,
hear, let me
certainly.
finish. I'm really glad to hear that you and you had some communication. I trusted that, and I'm glad that you had that, and we'll get to a resolve on this in a good way.
Agreed.
Are you good with that?
I'm good,
Okay.
yeah.
So we're on definitions.
Yeah, it's really just the, Black's Law Dictionary definition. It's just the standard definition of final order. I don't think it's contentious. I don't think the court has an issue with that definition. I was just whispering to Carrie to make sure that was accurate. It sounds like the definition is fine. I think it's good. I think not only now, but going forward, if and when we separate, obviously a lot of our codes are gonna have to be overhauled. Some of them need a lot of work now, right? And we're gonna have to be very clear in our definitions, and the procedure, et cetera. So this is probably long overdue, just to have it clear for all of our future legal department, courts, judges, right? I'm surprised we spent so much time talking about that one, honestly. This is not change here for 82.103. This is just flagging, because in our draft constitution, the board majority had indicated they wanted 3 appellate justices. So we are flagging it if we want to discuss changing this section to match the draft constitution language, which would reduce it from 5 to 3. We don't need to take action today. We can discuss this in the broader workshop. This is not a red line, it's just flagging it that it's not consistent with the direction we're going if the amendment gets changed.
Any discussion on that?
All right, 82-105, this one,
So if there's no discussion, I'll say that if we are changing it to 3 in the Constitution, why wouldn't we do it here as well?
yeah, I agree. We just wanted to pin it for now and put it on the board's table.
Okay.
We think, like, I'm pretty confident we're gonna be able to get to the point, right, eventually, right, that we're sending out this draft or a version of these amendments to a constitutional vote. So I think changing code and legislating some of it now that is appropriate is a smart move. I'll just make a little change here. If there's no objection, I'll just put 3 for now. That can change per our later workshops, or if our constitutional amendment draft changes between now and we send it out to the BIA, we can talk about that later. 82-105, this one will be a little contentious, probably. We added language that the chief judge will have the power to propose new court programs and policies subject to approval of the board of directors. The chief judge shall not be able to enter into MOU, agreement, contract, or similar with any entity inside or outside the tribe without approval of the board of directors. Granted, this may have to change if we separate. This is codifying what is already, per my understanding of our procedure, or how it's supposed to be working. So we're codifying what our contract policy already currently states with regard to different tribal departments. We talked about this at the last executive report with legal as well. I'll pause for comments, questions, concerns.
Any discussion?
Okay.
Don't see any.
This one on the broader workshop, there were comments from the court that we will discuss whenever we figure out that date for the broader workshop. This one, 82-106 clerk, was flagged as we may need to change it if we separate our government. We've talked about what that structure might look like or how things might have to change as part of the package that will be delivered on the constitutional amendments to the board by March 6th. But the current discussions have been not to have the same clerk for both the lower court and the upper court, the Court of Appeals and the trial court. No change right now, because we need to continue to talk about that as we work on an implementation plan for the Constitution. But once we solidify that direction, that better guide how we want to change this part of the code. 82-107, disqualification of appellate judge. We've added number 5 here, has engaged in prohibited ex parte communication as enumerated in 82.126 of the code. I don't think we're going to get all the way down to 126 today. This is in a lot of other tribal codes, as is the language that we'll probably get to at the next workshop, which is the ex parte communication language. We've added it as a enumerated reason where a judge could be disqualified. I'll pause for thoughts, comments.
Any questions? So I know we've discussed this. Has it been discussed in open? Do you want to explain to the public to watching what ex parte communication means?
Yeah, so ex parte communication generally is when a judge or the court talks to one of the other parties but doesn't give notice. So you and I are in a lawsuit, the court is talking to you about something with the case maybe, or not. And then they don't give notice to the other party that they were talking with them. Not all ex parte communication is prohibited, but if you're talking about the merits or issues with one party without giving the other party notice, an opportunity to respond or to be part of those discussions, it can cross the line into prohibited ex parte communication. And further down in this draft, we have that in its own section enumerated, if that makes sense. Okay. I'm going to go down to 82.108, recusal of appellate judge. We're also going to recommend that we add recusal language in codes that govern the lower court, the trial court. Recusal of appellate judge, any judge, number 1, any judge of the Court of Appeals, whether an attorney or lay judge, shall act in a manner that establishes, maintains, and enforces the highest standards of conduct, shall respect and shall perform the duties of judicial office impartially, competently, and diligently. This language it might be verbatim, but it's pulled from some of the language we already have in our court rules that are on our website now. Number 2, where a judge of the Court of Appeals fails to uphold the standards in 1, or has shown a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party, or has failed to remove themselves from the case as required in 82.107, any party may request the recusal of that judge by filing a motion and affidavit setting forth in detail the matters alleged to constitute grounds for recusal. Arguably, this is something that parties can already do in our court, but it's not been really enumerated in any of our codes. We believe it's important to put this or substantially similar language into it, so all appellants, including the ones that are pro se, they don't have an attorney representing them, so they can try to better understand what their rights are if they feel like there's a reason that a judge shouldn't be sitting on their case. And likewise with the trial court, we will be proposing language as we go on through our code review for the lower court as well.
Good. I think you need to fix your numbering after this too, if it's approved.
Yeah, we'll have to go through and fix all the numbering.
All right. Any questions or comments on this one?
Okay. I can't remember, but the court may have had comments on that one, and if so, we'll talk about it. We'll figure out the language. I think it doesn't have to be exactly this language, but we can workshop the appropriate language. 82-108, Court of Appeals, number 1, rules of procedure. This is being changed because right now, or is being proposed to change, because right now the constitutional amendment has in their language where the court can create their procedure, but it's subject to like ratification by the tribal council, as we call it in the constitutional amendments. So that's why this language is being proposed change to be consistent with the draft constitutional amendments. The Court of Appeals shall employ the rules of appellate procedure as proposed by the tribal court and approved by the board of directors, to the extent such rules are not in conflict with any applicable provisions of tribal code. In the absence of or where the tribal rules of appellate procedure are silent, then the federal rules of appellate procedure shall govern to the extent they are not inconsistent with this chapter or applicable tribal code. The rules of procedure shall be posted to the tribe's website. So I mean, that's kind of our process now. I don't know if the court was consulted on like the civil procedure and criminal procedure back when they were first adopted, but we do have those created by resolution and adopted into code, and this would allow us to do the same with the appellate rules of procedure. And it would be Court of Appeals driven, it wouldn't be legal department driven. Questions, concerns, comments?
Don't see any.
Okay. Let's scroll down. This one will need more workshopping. This is one that there is disagreement on with the legal department and the court on some of this language. We'll have to workshop this. This will definitely be one that we make sure to focus in on our workshops when we get them scheduled. Final judgment, we're just flagging it because we wanted to make sure there's a definition. We already went through the definition. The new language here in blue, any order entered by the tribal court to enforce a final judgment, such as any writ of eviction or restitution, shall not be used as a basis for appeal and shall not be considered in the provisions and timelines as set out under this chapter. This is proposed by the legal department to focus on the actual final order of the court. If we have an eviction, there's a final judgment that approves or denies that eviction. If it's approved, then there's a writ that has to be executed to get, enforce the judgment, get the tenant out of the home. Our contention, and we've looked at lots of other tribal codes, so we're not the only one that would be proposing this, is to focus the timelines for the appeal on the final judgment of the court when they approve that eviction, not the writ that then housing has to go execute to enforce the eviction. The enforcement orders are not the final order. They're a mechanism to, of course, enforce the final order. But there was comment sent by the court on this, so this will need a broader discussion. So I will move forward. If there's no questions on that, of course, we'll talk about it more later. 82-112, appeal from default judgment. There shall be no appeal from a default judgment in the tribal court without exhausting the remedies available through a motion for reconsideration. After a party has filed a motion for reconsideration in the tribal court and the tribal court issues a final decision on the motion, that final decision shall be considered a final judgment or order of the tribal court pursuant to 82-111. We'll double check that. We'll make sure, we'll change that if we need to when we do the formatting, once we get to the point of approval of any of these changes. We're proposing this change because it's consistent with how a lot of other jurisdictions and codes would function, and also, in our opinion, creates a better record for the Court of Appeals to hear and appeal from. If we have a default order, but there's not a lot of testimony or documents submitted, it goes up to the Court of Appeals. It's hard for them to make a determination. It's more appropriate sometimes for them to remand it back down and say, hold the trial, trial court, hold this trial, get the evidence. So then we have the record built. And right now, we don't have expressly enumerated in code what a party should do if they have an adverse. So they get a default judgment because they set a trial date, but maybe they missed it for valid or invalid reasons. In a lot of other jurisdictions, right, they would be able to go to that trial court and do a motion for reconsideration, explain why they shouldn't be defaulted on, and push to have that hearing, and the judge would issue a ruling or not. If they allowed the reconsideration and set for trial, then the record will be built in the lower court. If they denied it, then we believe it's appropriate for them to appeal that denial and let the Court of Appeals decide whether those were substantial reasons to set aside the default judgment and remand and order the lower court to hold that trial. It's, and again, something arguably that probably can already happen in our court, but it's not real clear and enumerated in our codes, nor would, especially a pro se litigant, someone who doesn't have the means or the ability to hire an attorney, understand what to do. So they're going to get an order and they're going to want to go right to the Court of Appeals. This sets that interim step that we believe is appropriate and in line with other codes. All right.
I don't see any hands.
82-112, scope of court's review. In reviewing a matter on appeal, the Court of Appeals may, we've deleted increase or decrease any sentence in a criminal case. And we've added in number 2, just the language affirm, modify, vacate, or set aside. We've added to that language consistent with the provisions of this chapter. It's already inherently, it needs to be, consistent with the provisions of the chapter, but since there's other changes, we just wanted to make it clear that the power to affirm, vacate, modify, set aside, reverse, et cetera, would be consistent with some of the other changes, one of which is one that we'll have to have some good discussion on when we have the broad workshop with the court involved, is the sua sponte authority, the authority of the court to act basically on its own motion, on its own accord, right? They have the ability, some courts, and sometimes tribal codes restrict where they can use that ability. We have proposed we have proposed restricting that ability in this draft, but it's something that I know the court wants to talk about at the bigger workshop, so. For the increase or decrease in any sentence in a criminal case, this is really just a policy decision. We've seen a lot of different tribes across the country start taking that out of their tribal codes. We're not necessarily have a strong position on it, but it is almost in essence letting the Court of Appeals kind of be a fact finder. They're going to decide whether that sentence should be increased or decreased, and talking with other attorneys and looking at other codes. It's something that other tribes are limiting because it adds almost too much discretion to the court, but it's something we'll have to talk about with the court involved, and I want to see their input and take on it as well.
Aaron?
So my question is it just because it's an appropriate authority for the lower court and
Yeah.
not the...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Yep, exactly.
Okay. And how the lower court makes it is based on what's enacted. They can't go beyond the scope of what we, especially tribal courts, beyond what we're authorized to impose. But you're saying that the appellate court doesn't retry and then add additional consequence or mitigate consequence.
That is correct, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
If there's no any questions on that one for now, we'll scroll to the next one. 82-113, number 5 here. This is some of that sua sponte language that I alluded to. We put in number 5 here, the Court of Appeals may, at its discretion, grant leave to appeal from any judgment, from any order or judgment only upon the motion and showing by appellant, supported by affidavit, that there's merit in the grounds for appeal and that late filing was not due to appellant's negligence. The Court of Appeals shall have no authority to grant a late appeal sua sponte and may only make such determinations upon the proper filing of a motion by appellant as enumerated in this subsection. Anytime we get to today that it shows this sua sponte language, that is one that we have a fundamental disagreement at the legal department and the Court of Appeals, so that is one that hopefully we'll spend a lot of time workshopping together with the board when we set that workshop. The reasons we are proposing it is, as a judge, I would agree that I would want some kind of discretion to do this. As a practitioner in front of multiple courts of appeal, it can, in our opinion, cause issues. Especially if issues are raised and not being able to be briefed, if a court just raises a new issue, or if a court stays in order just because they believe, without having a basis from either party, that there may be some kind of harm that could befall one of the litigants. It doesn't provide the best consistency when you're a litigant in front of that court, knowing what may or may not occur. You presume, and rightfully so, with some of our language in our code, that if there's going to be a motion, an order to stay, that person has to do a motion first. It's how it works also in a lot of other jurisdictions. But other jurisdictions do, and courts have, this is a common law, this came from the common law. It's not always codified, but courts do have the inherent ability, right, and to have this on their own accord, of their own volition, raise new issues or issue a stay without the parties asking for one. But as a practitioner in the appellate court, we are going to push for somehow curtailing some of that ability to provide consistency for all litigants across the board. And especially if we're in a separated government, we've seen other tribes and other tribal courts that are in separated governments get a slew of lawsuits. And we believe it may mitigate some of the inconsistencies if the court can't just make rulings without having the issues properly argued by the litigants. I'll pause for a second. I see Aaron had his hand up for a while.
So my question here is, and I'm wondering if this is let's see, I'm trying to figure out how to say it. So I watch a lot of Law and Order, and I've got 16 graduate credits in law, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll admit it. But so would this be because lay people in mitigating the system don't have either like the skill or knowledge base to know to petition for however you say that word, so that like the Court of Appeals would see that somebody is struggling and would enter a motion on their behalf? Or is it more appropriate is if we assign and guarantee some level of legal defense for everybody? Because, whether you win or lose in a court case should not be predicated on your ability to pay, a lot of money for an attorney to advocate for your rights. So, or am I totally off base?
No, you're not totally off base. One reason to have this ability of a court to do something without necessarily the parties having to bring it to them is to provide equity in our court system, especially for someone who isn't represented, right? I joke with some of the other attorneys that courts love sua sponte power, and litigants are frustrated by it because we, as a practitioner, I don't love it, and I know that sentiment is shared in other people who have argued in front of the court, different courts of appeals. But I understand that it does have a place sometimes in our legal system, and as a judge, I of course would want to retain that ability. But it can be, right, Aaron, for those reasons that you enumerated. If I don't have an attorney and I don't understand the law and I don't know that I'm supposed to do a motion to stay my eviction, and I don't do it, and then the court doesn't do it, then I'm evicted, even though I'm still arguing that maybe that eviction right wasn't proper, or maybe it's like some other, maybe it's not an eviction, but maybe it's an election issue, right? And I want to stay the election commission's determination while the Court of Appeals argues it, because I don't want whatever that violation that they found against me to affect my campaign until the Court of Appeals has a chance to weigh in. But I don't have an attorney and I don't know the process, but the court can see that and recognize that maybe this would be an appropriate use of that power. Yeah, you're exactly right. We can talk about it more when the court's here, so it's a fair and balanced discussion. But there are I think it's a discussion worth having, how much we want to, if at all, as a tribe, curtail that. And maybe we don't want to at all, and that's fine. We'll advocate for what position we think as practitioners in front of the court, and I know the court will very clearly articulate their position as the people that had to hear our arguments, and then we can see where we land. So if there's no other questions on that one, that's going to be that's definitely going to be on the list of our broader discussion, right? '82, 114, notice of appeal, similar language here, number 5. For the automatic stay, the filing of appeal does not cause an automatic stay of the tribal court's judgment or order. If a stay is desired by an appellant, a motion seeking a stay should be addressed to the tribal court before or after the filing of notice of appeal. That's current language. We've added the same language as above. The Court of Appeals shall not have authority to grant a stay sua sponte and may only make such determination upon the proper filing of a motion by appellant as enumerated in this subsection. For the same reasons I already discussed, so I won't go into depth on those reasons, and we need to have that bigger workshop with the court. If I can, so I'll scroll down unless there's a question on that. It's the same discussion we're just having. So. Same thing with 82, 117. How about I make note, right? We're gonna in-depth workshop with court and legal and board. So we won't go through this same discussion we just had, but this is just part of that broader discussion. We got to see where we as a tribe think is best for us to land. '82, 119 record on appeal. We made some changes here based on feedback from attorneys in the legal department who have practiced in front of our Court of Appeals and other tribal courts of appeals and other appeals courts in general on timelines and timelines of preparing the record and sort of going along with our discussion about the court raising new issues, how to best supplement the record on appeal. So first change is in number 2 here. The clerk shall file a notice of preparation of the record identifying each item included, together with a copy of any transcript, and submit it to the Court of Appeals and on each of the parties within 15 days from the filing of the notice of appeal. We did a search on multiple tribal codes to see what kind of timelines other tribes have used, and this was in line with a lot of what the other tribe timelines use. If there's an issue with the timeline from the court's perspective, we'll have that discussion right at that.
What timeline range have you seen? 15 to something, 5 to 15?
I've seen some like as low as 5 days, which I think is not reasonable, and I've seen some as high as like 20 days.
Okay, that's helpful to put it in context.
Even if our court only has a handful of cases a year, like 5 days to get everything together without all their other court docket wouldn't be reasonable. I think 15 days maybe is reasonable, but with the court would have some better insight. They control their dockets, right? And so they would know if that timeline is too fast, or if they could do it faster, or if they need more time, et cetera, right? Number 4 here, the Court of Appeal shall have no authority to supplement the record on appeal through its own accord, nor the authority to request materials in any cases not at issue in the direct appeal before the court. This is a proposed change to keep the record confined to what happened in the lower court. Also, we'll probably need a broader discussion with our Court of Appeals and maybe even with our trial court on what their thoughts are on this change. But the legal department has flagged for the board before, and we talked about it earlier today, this morning before our workshop, that there has been requests from the Court of Appeals for records of items that were not in the lower court's record or not in the Election Commission's record. And we don't believe it's appropriate for the court to decide to supplement the record, but the parties, as you'll see in the next change, can, do a motion to let the court know what they believe is appropriate in the record below. It's how mostly the federal courts of appeals work. It's how a lot of other tribal courts of appeals work, where the parties are the one that drive whether the record needs to be supplemented with something else. And the court is not typically reaching out to legal department or other parties to try to get items that maybe can guide their decision but are not part of the lower court record. So that's the purpose of this change. I'll pause. I see Aaron has his hand up.
Aaron?
Yep, so my question there is, as I understand, the role of the lower court versus the appellate court is the appellate court isn't retrying the case. So I guess my understanding is they're reviewing the application of law and whether or not due process is followed. So what would be the reason why either of the defendant or the plaintiff would want to bring in new information? Would it have to be consistent with like their legal theory, or they just missed it, or because it seems to me like if they're petitioning to add additional facts and evidence, that they're inviting another trial.
Yeah, I've had it with one of the appeals that I worked on for another tribe where some new, it was in Washington, and some new laws were put in place, and then there was some new court rules, and it came up that the parties wanted to make sure the court was aware of it, so they supplemented the record. Right? That's an easy one because the court would probably already be aware of that. We had it in USB Michigan where that record is so big that not everything is electronic, so couldn't be all transmitted to the Sixth Circuit. So we had to supplement the record with very old hard copies of files, so to make sure that they had everything that they needed. Those are two instances recently that popped up just in our practice here in our legal department.
Okay.
We've had it where I've seen a court in maybe there's a criminal matter and a child welfare matter, and there's appeal on one of them. Say there's appeal on the criminal matter, and there's stuff the lower court didn't put into the record from the child welfare case for various reasons, and they didn't deem it appropriate. But then maybe the Court of Appeals wants to see that child welfare case and the information, and they try to request it, and parties object to it. They don't think it's appropriate. It wasn't part of the lower court record. I've seen that play out in different courts that I practice in, where we have a criminal matter that's related to another case, but the court or the parties, for legal reasons, didn't bring in the evidence of the other case to the criminal matter, and so they didn't want the Court of Appeals because it didn't have bearing on the legal questions. But the court wanted to see them anyway. Or maybe, the flip is the court doesn't want to see them, but the parties want to argue that somehow this should be brought to the court's attention, and they are related to the legal issues that you're arguing, right?
Okay.
Which brings us to 5, the ability of any party to supplement the initial designation of the record prior to the filing of the party's last brief. Each party is encouraged to designate only that part of the record that is needed to review the issues presented to the Court of Appeals, placing the burden more on the litigants, especially the tribe, who has a whole legal team, to focus the court's attention on the parts of the record that they deem, that they think are appropriate for their arguments. It cuts down on judicial resources, focuses the arguments on appeal to the pertinent parts of the record. It may be that a litigant who doesn't have an attorney, wouldn't know to do that. They would want more of the record in. But the court can make the determination if the tribe or another party, is designating more limited record, and then the other side is wanting a bigger record, then the Court of Appeals has that ability to, do a status conference, so to speak. They can do a conference with all the parties, and they can allow that broader record in, but the litigants should have an ability to try to focus the court's attention. And the court equally should have the ability to say yes or no to that focus, right?
Thank you.
All right. 82.120 briefing. This is probably a change that will have a lot of discussion at our broader workshop. Right now, parties aren't required, but they're encouraged to file briefs. We want to change it. We're proposing changing it that all parties are required to submit their arguments in written briefs. There is maybe some downside to this. If a litigant does not have an attorney and they don't have the ability to understand what that brief should entail, it goes to your question earlier, Aaron, on should we have a better mechanism? Maybe it's not like a civil defense department that has like a kind of court-appointed attorneys, but maybe we need to talk about broadly how the tribe can help assist people in these civil litigations to get representation through Michigan Indian Legal Services or our own program. But we did a pretty extensive survey of a lot of different codes, including Cherokee Nation and some of the like Navajo, some of the big ones, some of the ones that are like Muskogee Creek that have very robust court systems, some of them that have separations of powers. And by and large, the ones that we've reviewed did require that briefs get submitted, in part because that if parties are required to brief their argument, even if it's not an attorney briefing it, even if it's just like a few paragraphs of a pro se litigant that is explaining their reasoning why the lower court was wrong, it gives all parties better equal footing on how to respond to those briefs, and it allows the court to narrow the oral argument on the things that were briefed by both parties. So this change goes hand in hand with a change that's lower down as well. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah.
No, you didn't cut me off, and I'm just going to add, I appreciate that because whether you win or not in court should not be dependent upon your resources. And tribal members, like, in tenant cases, eviction cases, not tenant cases, eviction cases, shouldn't be predicated on whether they have the resources. Our courts should be guided by equity, and that is that we have an advantage, an inherent advantage as a tribe over individual citizens, unless they're rich, individually rich people that can afford. And so we should never, want to exploit somebody who doesn't have an attorney and are at a disadvantage for upholding their rights. So I think that, I know that we do indigent defense now, but and maybe kind of like not lead people, but would say leading in court, right? You have the ability to connect with not lay advocates, but legal advice. But it something that if there's an administrative procedure that can be adopted that aids them, whether it's an indigent defense or not. Although I do think we should have a liberal indigent defense, to support people when they need it. When somebody is facing eviction, it's a horrible, horrible thing. It's like, and they don't have the resources. They most likely wouldn't be evicted if they had the resources to hire an attorney. So they're at a severe disadvantage to start with. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
All right, going on, the Court of Appeals shall promptly notify all parties of a schedule for filing briefs as follows. Appellant's brief must be filed within 30 days of receiving notice of preparation of the record to the Court of Appeals. Respondent's brief must be filed within 15 days of receiving appellant's brief. A reply brief may be submitted by appellant within 15 days of receiving respondent's brief. We've crossed out the within 45 days of receiving notice of preparation of record, or whichever should occur first. If we're going to require briefing, then we can focus the timelines on the briefing schedule. If we end up we don't require, or we don't mandate briefing, then we can put that language back in so the appellee knows when they need to submit their brief, even if the other side isn't required, doesn't have to submit a brief. But the reason it's crossed off now is because we're proposing all parties have to submit some sort of brief. Going down to number 3, the appellant's brief shall contain a short statement of the case's history and a listing of the issues presented on appeal and how, if at all, the issues were decided by the tribal court. All briefs shall contain an argument and a conclusion, stating clearly the precise action sought by the Court of Appeals. Probably will want to workshop this more as we workshop this whole section with the court, because we don't want to, we do want to make sure there's equity, right, in our codes and in our court system. And if an appellant isn't represented, they might not understand what exactly that means. So happy to continue to workshop this, but we do believe it's appropriate to have some sort of short statement of the case's history in the initial brief. It's how other courts of appeals do it, but we can decide if that needs to be tweaked, or maybe it has to also be a mandate on the tribe, if the tribe is the appellee, to protect that equity of the appellant who might not know what to do or might not be represented by an attorney. So that I'm sure we'll have discussion on that more with the court. Number 4 here, if the appellant fails to file an opening brief which has been ordered pursuant to the established briefing schedule and no extension of time has been granted, the appeal shall be dismissed by the Court of Appeals. Again, this one will need broader discussion with the court. We are proposing it as a shall, but it certainly doesn't need to be a shall. It can be a may, so it could be more discretionary. Something that I know the Court of Appeals, I'm pretty sure that some of their comments I read did discuss this. So at that bigger workshop, whenever we schedule it in the next couple of months, this is one that I would like to focus on as best we can to see where we can put substantially similar language in, while also, right, protecting our citizens and the equity in our courts. I will pause there. Do we want, it's 4:40, do you want me to keep going, do you want me to stop?
You want to get through one more section, the oral argument,
Yeah, that's a short one.
and then we'll take a break and transition?
All right. 82.121, oral argument. The Court of Appeals may order argument at any time upon its own initiative and shall do so upon the request of a party. At oral argument, the parties may present arguments relevant to the issues raised by appeal. Parties may not present arguments orally that had not been properly briefed or raised in a motion in the Court of Appeals. So this our code doesn't mandate now, and this change also doesn't mandate that oral argument happen unless a party requests it. So which is a change. So right now, if all the parties file a brief, then oral argument is scheduled. But in other cases where a brief is not filed right now, because it's not mandatory filing of a brief, the Court of Appeals has a discretion to file oral arguments. If we're changing the process of the briefing, we're going to propose that the court has the ability to order an oral argument schedule if they believe it's necessary, but they're not mandated to unless a party requests it. So no party requests it, they can just determine it based on the briefing of the parties. If there is oral argument, we would like it very clear in code that the oral arguments have to be confined to the briefing. It's what is done in, courts of appeals at every level of the majority of tribes, the state courts of appeals, the state supreme courts, the federal courts. you're generally confined to your oral argument on what you briefed. So if you get to oral argument and you start going on a tangent of something that you didn't notify the other party of, you didn't brief the court on, the court may let you talk, or they may not, but they shouldn't be considering that information in their decision. If they want to consider that information, and they have the discretion to do so, if that's where our code lands, then they can order supplemental briefing. But we have seen it in other courts. I've seen it in other tribal courts where leeway is given to the litigants in the matter to talk about whatever issues, whether or not they were briefed or not. And we want to have a discussion on whether that is appropriate, or whether, especially if we're in a separated government in the future, if we want to be more concise on what the oral arguments have to be, so we're not accidentally or inadvertently allowing either party to bring in testimony or argument that wasn't brought into the lower court. And if that happens, then the appropriate thing would be to remand and tell that lower court, hey, have the trial and get all this testimony elicited and on the record, and then we can hear it on appeal. So that's the reason for the change behind 121.
Any discussion on 121?
All right.
I don't see any hands. Let's end it right there. Give these guys a chance to transition over. The chairman should be in shortly. So break till 5 o'clock at the time the meeting starts. Sound good? Thank you, Ryan.
It is 5 o'clock sharp, so I'm going to go ahead and call this regularly scheduled meeting to order. We shall start with roll call, please.
Bridget Sorensen. Here. Aaron Paymont. Here. Larry Barbeau. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Michael McCurchy. Here. Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Rob McGrory. Austin Lowe's.
Here. All right, everyone, we have a quorum. I would like to entertain a motion to add the following resolution to the agenda. It is titled Approving Contract Enterprise Resource Planning Project. Okay, a motion from Kim and support by Mike. Any discussion, and before I open it up to the floor, so we would have to waive rules to add this tonight, so I believe we'd need a vote of 9. So any discussion on this before we roll call adding this? Okay, hearing none, we'll roll call on adding this, please.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Isaac.
No.
Lana.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 9 exactly.
Okay, so there are 9 yeses, so that motion carries, and that resolution will be added to the end of the agenda.
Motion to excuse Larry and Rob.
Okay,
Second.
motion and support to excuse Larry and Rob. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
All right.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and their absences are excused. On today's agenda, we have the following items. We have invocation with Gerard from Traditional Medicine. We have membership participation. We have minutes from 2/3 of 26, and we have the following resolutions. Natural Resource Building FY26 Budget Modification, NRD Application 2026 Small Grant Program, MOA with Consolidated Community Schools, approving JKL PSA School Compensation Plan, partial waiver, Rickley, approving contract Sanoski, approving contract Cedar Rock Alliance, approving contract Corey Johnson Levitt, approving contract Michelle Castine, rescind Resolution 2025-268/authorized land lease Lackey, residential land lease John James McClellan, limited partnership LIH tax credit program, Housing Authority ARPA affordable units, health property acquisition negotiation, health tribal opioid settlement fund, final resolution assignment to KGA, tribal court standing for tribal citizens, approved contract enterprise resource planning project, and under new business, we have commercial captain license transfer and board concerns. Motion from Isaac and support from Tyler. Any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining, motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to our first item, which is invocation with Traditional Medicine.
What is it? Wabshkugagogos. Wabshkugagogos is in the house. As I wanted to show off my new shirt, just kidding. Ojibwe 101. McQuam. Try to say that. McQuam. Is it Tageg Ocean? It's like throwing salt at ice. That's my funny for the month. Quite often in the work that we do, I always say, even though it's a serious business, even though there's serious issues. Sometimes we gotta laugh. I grew up in Aboriginal politics as a young kid. And my aunt was a chief. My dad was a counselor. My uncle was a counselor. And my other uncle was a counselor. Out of 7 governing bodies, 5 of them was under our grandmother's roof. And before they were in leadership, I was the second one next on the housing list to get a house. And after they were done leadership, I was off the housing list completely, without a house. And my dad taught me a lot about humility, understanding how easy it is to laugh that ache away. And then I really lucked out on hanging around historians. And there's a historian here in the tribe who I hang out with quite a bit. There's actually 2. And they talk about the times of dancing lights at nighttime here. And we have dancing lights at nighttime around where we lived. And then we talked about, and there's so many stories that are the same, and so much laughter and humor, and yet they're really life-changing times there in the 1950s and 60s, in life-changing times in 2000, 2010, 2020, 2030. And it's so easy to send a text message to somebody or an email or something. But it's like this young lady here who came to help. I just met her, and I asked her to help me, and she said, "Oh, I'll help you." And we might not ever see each other again. And sometimes those are the things that define us as human spirit. Today, in my workload, I always express about how important it is to realize how old spirit is. And to understand and define where spirit comes from. So, this guy here, he comes from water. And this guy here, he comes from water. Everybody comes from a water. So the only ones that really talk about water are the ones that hold water, and that's women. And they're the only ones that hold the power to creator, which is God. And so in the old way, we used to look at a woman the closest thing to God, because she's the only one that can duplicate. The way I'm talking this craziness today is because it's it's Pancake Tuesday, which is really beautiful, and tomorrow's Ash Wednesday. And so, again, it goes back to fasting for 40 days, or fasting for 40 hours. Honoring the life vessel of water, because that's where we all come from. And to me, or to us, Aboriginal people of America are the only human beings globally that is divined by blood quantum, not even drafted by Aboriginals. That is a real significant I want to say Dijwemnigek. It's the only way that you could say that. It's a shame at how mainstream government still looks at our power when we have a quantum spirit to the land of America. That is really very empowering to the people that define people of ingenuity. So our infinity of our grandmothers and our grandfathers an infinity time ago, it was such a threat to the world today in our spiritness, which is really significantly a lot of what we do is spirit driven. Bonjour, que je me do. Bergia get the amenido, midday amenido. Mige we went them go on in. Panege gagamin go yae, no go yae, gaganish nabek. Mamma we need in undas go on a sama. Gay we win a pug don, win a go edge me go on it, not motion gaining, Mamma again not in the brigade, Mamma getting acting. Kinnig we go yae, Mamma gaganish nabek. Kanun das go on in, get a magge we are cake. Mamma again nigan, nigaya ek, gagini gaya, menidoya, na miknaga ek. No was go on a spimming. Gay we know what me go on in, mem sugaring, Mamma again yaki ek, my game of majayan. Kinnigan nim nagia ek, Mamma again majan in, kanun dagi ek, gaiga gishim the do. Mabigyan na niwi ayek, mabigyan undas go yan in the squan dam ayek. Panega winigin unda ayek, no wabanang, jawanang, winigag abianang, kinigagi wednang. Kinigay win the zagik, mabigyan the zag we ageg, ameridog, winigin the zagin.
Beautiful as ever, Gerard. Thank you. All right, everyone, the next item that we're on is membership participation. So as Sioux Tribe citizens, you have the right to address your elected leadership, and this is the time that we give you to do so. We give everyone 5 minutes to talk to the board of directors. It's not a two-way conversation. If you guys need any questions answered, we'll direct you to professional staff within the tribe, and they'll get with you within a week, but, simple things, we try to make it a lot shorter than that. So Michelle here has membership participation forms if anyone has some, and it looks like we already have a few. And we can start off with Betty Fry.
Hello, I have 4 or 5 questions, and as an elder of this tribe, I may go over, and as you allowed a member to go over at the last meeting, I kind of expect the same respect as you was given to the other individual.
It's 5 minutes, Betty. 5 minutes. If you need any more time than that, I can call you right after the meeting and get with you, okay?
Well, you didn't tell the other person that, just to let you know. Let's see, my first question is, has the tribe paid back the CARES Act dollars from the Unit 2 trailer? If not, why not? I don't know who's going to answer that question for me, but, and I'd like to ask the Board of Directors for a copy of the workshop minutes pertaining to that Boards Act, the Unit 2 trailer, the CARES Act money. Is that available to the members? That was a workshop. I also want to suggest to all the Board of Directors that the tribal members voted on the survey to support the 3-branch government. And I hope that that all these Board of Directors will consider that, especially in Unit 1. We need that. We need a 3-branch government. We need to take action against our board if they violate our constitutional rights. I'll be the first one in court, you guys know that. Let's see. I think my last one is I'm going to be speaking about rules at the Lodge of Hope. In December, the Lodge of Hope evicted a family of 8. 6 of those were children. That happened in December. What action has this board taken to correct that? Threw those 6 children out in the snow with nowhere to go. That's embarrassing. I mean, there's laws in the state and the federal where you can't do that. But it happened. And the Board of Directors, as far as I know, you did nothing. And I think to this day that those little tribal members still are not in a house. That saddens me. Is that all I had? How much time do I have left?
You have 1:45 seconds.
Oh, good, I'm going to use it all.
Yeah, I do think that's all of them, but go ahead.
Yeah, so let's talk about that constitutional, the 3-branch government. Why anybody would not want our constituents in the tribe or tribal members to have a 3-branch government. What are you so afraid of? You're afraid of something. I'm not attacking anybody here, but I'm just advocating for that 3-branch government. And I sat on that Constitutional Committee along with Janet.
Not me, Jen.
Oh, was it Jen? You were there, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it was so good to see them. It's good to see them here today as well. I bet you never even thought you would hear something like that coming out of a vile person like me. I've been labeled that. That's why I call myself vile. So I'm going to let you go. I'm glad I didn't go over, and I appreciate your respect, Austin, to not allow me more than 5 minutes if I didn't go over. I'll remember that, too. Thank you.
Great. Have a nice day. All right, next up is Carrie Byron. And Carrie, just for your information, we removed the resolution pertaining to Chapter 82 from tonight's agenda, but go right ahead.
Thank you. Bonjour. Wabshka Gitikakun Indigo, Makwa Indodem, Sault Ste. Marie Anishinaabe, and Miigwech, and thank you for having me here today. I was here and participated in the workshop, and so I appreciate the direction of the board to switch its process and include the court in the Chapter 82 amendments. For those of our tribal membership that doesn't know, Chapter 82 is the code section that established the Court of Appeals. And as you know, in our Constitution, the Constitution mandates currently that the board establish reservation courts. And I think that it's important as we move forward as a government to make sure that we're including all of those people who have the experience and the knowledge when we're drafting laws. Draw upon us. Draw upon our experiences. Understand that, you know, we care about this tribe. I'm a tribal member. My grandparents are Dorothy and Paul Byron. We've been here for a long, long time. I lived here when I was little on Sugar Island. I had an outhouse. I lived in a trailer. I mean, we come from humble means, and we're all part of building what we have today, and we have an obligation to protect it. I went to law school. I have a master's degree in public administration. I've been a general counsel for a tribe. I've been a managing partner of a law firm. Our other seated judges on the Court of Appeals have, 80-plus years of experience in litigation and in sitting on a court bench. And so we're here and we want to help. But one of the things that we cannot stand by and do is see anyone that would, I guess, gut the institution of the court. You're all working towards a three-branch government. The Court of Appeals supports that. I mean, we submitted comments related to the constitutional amendment. We wish that we would have been involved in that. And we hope that in the future, the board will have give some consideration. But when the legal department comes and they suggest to you that it's their belief that these changes should be made, and admittedly state that, because it makes it easier as a practitioner, we are charged with making sure that the Constitution is upheld. We need to make sure that we're protecting the constitutional rights of constituents. And so anything that would constrain or materially constrain the court to prevent miscarriages of justice, to grant or enforce stays, to entertain appeals from enforcement orders, those types of things like these changes suggest, we're going to oppose, and we're going to comment, and we're going to come here. Director Payman asked, why is the court here in the workshop? Why did I drive all the way over from Waters Meet 5.5 hours? Because the court is important, because our tribal membership is important, because it's important that you hear from us, because we were concerned. Because we were concerned that had we not provided comment and had we not shown up here today, that the board may have just adopted Chapter 82 amendments as suggested by the legal department. I didn't hear hardly anybody ask any questions. And I don't know that not asking questions, should I take that to mean that you understand everything that was said, or that you're just content that the solution was worked out prior to the workshop, in that the workshop will now include the Court of Appeals, the court, and the legal department, as well as the board? Because if I were you, I'd be asking a lot more questions. Even as a layperson, I would have been asking a lot more questions. And so I just want to, I want to make sure that you understand that as a tribal member attorney, as someone who's practiced law for 16 plus years and worked in Indian country for more than 20, we all have a responsibility to protect the institutions that are tribal governments. Other people would like to see us fail, and we can't let that happen. And so we need to be careful, because with sovereignty comes power. And just because we're a sovereign government doesn't mean that with a swipe of a pen, and we've seen it in this administration, that that power all goes away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie, appreciate it. Does anyone else have any board concerns they'd like to speak to us about? Okay, so at this time, we have one more, and it's going to be closed, so we're going to ask everyone who's not a board member or staff of the tribe to step outside, please. Let's go ahead and get back to work. So the current item that we're on are minutes. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from 2/3 of 26. Motion by Isaac and support by Sean. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstaining, motion carries and those minutes are adopted.
Tim Hampton abstained, just for the record.
Yeah, 'cause I wasn't here.
Okay, so that brings us to resolutions. The first resolution for this evening is Natural Resources Building FY '26 Budget Mod.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to Natural Resources Building for an increase in other revenue of $70,985.52 and the use of fund balance of $116,980.
Motion.
Okay, appreciate that. Motion from Tyler and support by Isaac. Andrew, could you explain this resolution for everyone, please?
Yeah, Andrew Lane with Facilities Management. This modification is looking to expand the services for the new building. We're looking to add a maintenance person to be on site and increase in utilities, supplies, and equipment for this building.
Okay, appreciate it, sir. Any questions or comments? Isaac?
Hey, Andrew, did they fix the drywall issue?
Yes, they are currently doing it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee. Isaac.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Bridget. Yes. Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is NRD Application 2026 Small Grants Program.
Now therefore be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors approves the submission of a grant proposal to WMI for up to $15,000 to enhance tribal capacity in wildlife conservation through safe and effective bat monitoring and conservation activities. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary to and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion from Isaac and support by Mike. Danny?
Hi, everyone. Danny Fagan, Natural Resources Division Director. I wanted to introduce Caitlin Schultz, as this is her first time before the board. Caitlin joined us as the Wildlife Program Manager in December. Hi, everybody. Today we're asking for the Wildlife Program to be able to apply for the Wildlife Management Institute 2026 White Nose Syndrome Small Grants Program in the amount of $15,000. These funds would build the Wildlife Program's capacity to monitor bats through hands-on training, contribute to regional white nose syndrome responses, and purchase monitoring supplies.
Awesome. Good job, Katie, and it's awesome to have you in this role. Any questions, comments from the board on this resolution? Then hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution is MOA with Consolidated Community Schools.
Now therefore be resolved that in the 2025 to 2026 agreement between Consolidated Community School Services and the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, the Consolidated Schools will reimburse the tribe in the amount of $47,476. Be it further resolved that the tribe agrees to meet or exceed all rules and regulations regarding certification and class curriculum in the operation of a state adult education program, and that the tribe will absorb such expenses as teacher wages, space cost, and other associated administrative costs.
Motion.
Motion from Isaac and support from Kim. Steph?
Hi, everyone. Stephanie Sprecher, Education Director. This agreement is being presented for approval as a renewal between the Consolidated Community School Services and Sioux Tribe for our adult education services for the current 2025 to 2026 academic year. This includes both our in-person and our online GED offerings for our tribal members within the 7-county service area.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments from the board on this? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is approving JKL PSA School Compensation Plan.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors for the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the JKL PSA School Compensation Gold Plan committing $1,018,212 of Bureau of Indian Education's ISEP Title I IDEA and Facilities Operating Funds to take effect at the start of the 2026 to 2027 school year. Be it further resolved, the Accounting Department and Education Department are to prepare the 2026 to 2027 JKL FC budget to incorporate the JKL PSA Compensation Gold Plan.
Motion.
Motion from Isaac
Support.
and support from Kim. Steph, Bill?
As approved by the JKL Fiduciary Committee on February 10th, this resolution is being presented for approval to provide funding to support the JKL PSA School Compensation Gold Plan as presented by JKL PSA Administration. This will take place at the beginning of the 2026 to 2027 school year.
Thank you, and if you guys recall, we passed this unanimously at the last JKL fiduciary meeting. This will pay staff with ISEP funds, which we can't use elsewhere in the tribe, like in governmental, casino, anything like that, and this is something that I'm proud to support. So with that, any questions, comments from the board? All right, roll call, please.
Michael,
Yes.
Bridget. Yes. Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
And motion carries. Very good, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next resolution is partial waiver, Rickley.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors pursuant to Tribal Code Chapter 76 grants a partial waiver to Ms. Alyssa Rickley.
Okay, motion from Isaac and support by Kim. So this was something that we workshopped last week. The individual presented here, as did the prosecuting attorney from the legal department. Ryan, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just covering for Cass if there were any questions, but this was workshopped and the hearing was held with the board last week, so it's ready for the vote on whether she'll be granted the waiver for the gaming license.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
The next resolution is approving contracts, Sanoski.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors hereby approves the contract between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and Sanoski, Chambers, Sachet, Anderson, and Perry LLP ending December 31st, 2026 at the annual fee of $99,000 for the purpose of providing consulting services to the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Tyler
All support.
and support by Kim. Jess?
Yes, this resolution is requesting approval of a contract with Sanoski Chambers to provide federal lobbying services. We've been working with this company for probably close to 30 years.
And they do a fantastic job. They worked us really closely with, things that have impacted us from this presidential administration, and they do great. So questions, comments from the board? Aaron, then Tyler. Go ahead, Aaron.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was at the Women's Honoring Luncheon in DC. I had a free ticket, and Mary Pavel of Sanoski was honored as one of our top Native women advocates in the country.
Awesome.
Yeah, well deserved too. Thank you for letting us know. Tyler.
I'd just like to also add that they do an excellent job of debriefing us when we ask them for additional information for the committees that we serve on. So this is a valuable contract.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Bridget. Yes. Isaac,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Carried.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is approving contract Cedar Rock Alliance.
Now therefore be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors hereby approves the contract between Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and Cedar Rock Alliance Elizabeth Molly Carr, ending December 31st, 2026, at the annual fee of $25,000 for the purpose of providing federal policy analyst services to the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians.
Thank you. We have a motion from Kim and support by Isaac. Jess?
Yes, this resolution is requesting approval for the contract with Cedar Rock Alliance. They provide federal policy analyst services, which include Deer Tribal leader letters, written testimony, and consultation on a variety of different subjects.
Thank you. And in particular, this will allow us to work with Liz Carr. She's going to be providing some policy analysis work for us. She was a very high-ranking member of the Biden administration, and particularly she worked in the office of OMB. So any questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Those in
No,
support?
Austin, I'm
Oh.
sorry, I have my hand up.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I support this resolution, but just the one question I have, this is similar to what Megan, can't remember Megan's last name, she was with us forever, must be getting old. Megan did, so is that pretty much the blunt of it?
Are you thinking Michelle Castine?
No,
It was Megan
Sterling.
Yeah.
She may have been
Yeah.
before my time, so I'm not sure, but what Liz is going to be doing is policy analysis, figuring out how certain policies that are being proposed impact the Sioux Tribe.
Yep. Okay, yeah, I think it's similar to what Megan did, and she did a wonderful job too, and I think Liz will too. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any more questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is approving contract Corey Johnson Levitt.
Now therefore be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors hereby approves the contract between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and Corey Johnson Levitt, ending December 31st, 2026, at the annual fee of $99,000 for the purpose of providing consulting services to the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians.
Thank you. Motion by Kim and support by Tyler. Jess?
This one's similar to the previous, a resolution requesting approval for a contract with Corey Johnson Levitt to provide state lobbying services. And again, this is a company that we've worked with for probably over 20 years as well.
Thank you. And again, this is our state lobbyist. Sanoski's our federal lobbyist. So any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Tyler,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Whoops, almost cleared. Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Bridget. Yes. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is approving contract with Michelle Castine.
Now therefore it be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors hereby approves the contract between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and Michelle Castine, ending December 31st, 2026, at the annual fee of $25,000 for the purpose of providing federal policy analyst services to the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians.
Thank you. Motion from Isaac and support by Kim Gravel. Jess?
This contract would be similar to the one with Liz Carr. They'll be splitting duties. She'll be assisting with Deer Tribal leader letters, written testimony, and consultation.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next resolution is rescind Resolution 2025-268/authorized land lease.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the tribal chairman and the treasurer to execute a residential land lease for the land located at Kinchelo, Michigan, to Michelle Lackey and John Lackey, the land being described as, legal description, be it further resolved, the residential land lease is in furtherance of a housing program operated in the promotion of the public purpose, and the negotiated rental amount has been determined to be in the best interest of the tribe and its people, and valuation in accordance with 25 CFR 162.320 is hereby waived. Be it finally resolved, the Board of Directors rescinds Resolution 2025-268.
Motion from Isaac
Support.
and support from Kim. Helen?
Helen Wilkins, Director of Commercial Real Estate. Resolution is to formally rescind the resolution 2025-268, which was for a different piece of property. They changed their mind and authorized the tribal chairman and tribal treasurer to execute a new residential land lease for the property located, legal description below.
Okay, I appreciate it. Any questions or comments for Helen? Seeing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Have a good night, Helen.
Thank you.
The next resolution is residential land lease, John James McClellan.
Any objection to waiving the reading?
Any objection to the reading being waived? Seeing no objection, the reading will be waived. So motion by Isaac
Support.
and support from Kim. Maria?
Good evening, I'm Maria Mangina, I'm the interim housing director. Land leases are the mechanism that Sioux Tribe Housing Authority uses to convey our properties after a home buyer meets their obligations under the homeownership programs. So we're requesting a land lease for John James McCullen.
Appreciate it. Any questions, comments for Maria? Going once, going twice? Okay, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution would be limited partnership, low-income LIH tax credit program. Sorry.
Now, therefore, be resolved, the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby, one, authorizes the formation of a limited partnership or similar single-purpose entity to develop, own, and operate the proposed supportive housing development and to apply for low-income housing tax credits. Two, authorizes the housing authority or a wholly owned or tribally controlled affiliate to serve as the general partner of the limited partnership. Three, authorizes the submission of an application for low-income housing tax credits to MISHDA, including any amendments or supplemental materials required. Four, authorizes the chairperson, housing director/interim housing director, or other designated officers of the housing authority to execute all documents necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution, including but not limited to partnership agreements, LIHTC application materials, and related development and financing documents. 5, authorizes all other actions necessary to implement this resolution and move the project forward in compliance with tribal, federal, and state requirements.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, we got a motion from Isaac
Support.
and support from Kim. Go ahead.
This is the next step we have to get in place for that low-income housing tax credit project. That will be the 36-unit supportive housing, and that is what we view as our next step to the homeless shelter. Legal has reviewed, so I've worked with them. So we're asking approval for this resolution tonight.
Okay, very good. Any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is Housing Authority ARPA Affordable Units.
Now, therefore, be resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians authorize the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority to manage and operate all affordable housing units constructed with ARPA affordable housing funds, including any future housing constructed on land developed with ARPA funds. Be it further resolved that all units constructed in land developed under the interagency agreements approved under Resolution 2024-169 and Odenang Homes Tribal Enterprise approved under Resolution 2023-119 will be placed under Sioux Tribe Housing Authority and recognized as assets of the authority.
Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Maria?
So we entered an interagency agreements to develop units in Unit 2 and Unit 5, develop land in Unit 3, and manage the Odenang Tribal Home Enterprises. HUD has requested that we officially move these units under the Housing Authority so that we can use the HOSDA funding in the future to maintain and operate these units.
Okay, much appreciated. Questions, comments from the board? Start with Lana.
Yeah, I was glad to see this resolution come forward. And I just want to comment on the projects in Unit 2 that the housing staff and administration and construction did in getting those prepared in a timely manner. Everything's been on cue. Everything's went smoothly. They look great. And I just wanted to give a thank you to the all of the housing staff that made that possible, because the homes are beautiful. I've been in we did a walkthrough a couple of times, and I know they're gonna be, I just reported to the elders, and I'll report again Friday in Newberry, that, they're gonna be ready to go in May. We get the keys in April for Hessel and gonna be, ready to go in May. So I just really appreciate all the work that housing did to get to that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Isaac?
Maria, I want to commend you too for the Unit 1 housing. I mean, we give you kind of a, I don't know what you'd want to call it way back when we first started, but hey, it's done and people are living in them and that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, needed a refill. Anyone else? All right, so with that, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. Have a good night, Maria. All right, the next resolution is health property acquisition negotiation.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the Sioux Tribe Health Division CEO or his designee to negotiate the purchase of the properties, tax identification number 051, 048, 05300, and 051, 048, 05360, not to exceed the agreed upon terms as reflected in the attached RIS approved by the Board of Directors. Be it further resolved upon successful negotiations, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the tribal chairperson or his designee to sign any and all documents to complete the purchase of the property using funds determined by the Health Division CEO.
Okay, thank you, Kim.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler. Support by Isaac. James?
The resolution before the Board of Directors for consideration would allow the Health Division to go ahead and enter into negotiations for the Roy Electric property, which is across from the Health Center. What this will do is provide us a lot more access and a lot more storage. It'll also allow us to move the HR department over into that facility.
Okay, much appreciated, James. Any questions, comments for the Health Division? Tyler?
I just want to say, I think this is a great idea. I recently got an opportunity to visit Chickasaw Health's campus, and it's truly a campus. Like, they've outgrown their buildings, so they created more bot structures around them and continue to expand. So I think this is a valuable direction to head, and it kind of mirrors that. I don't know if you guys even realize that, but it's kind of like the start of moving forward to a health campus. You know, if these are adjacent properties, we can get them into trust. So appreciate the due diligence on this.
Okay, Lana, then Isaac.
Yep, and I'm gonna support it too as well. I remember when you guys came forward and gave that plan on what your needs were and had that. I just want to make sure that, you know, there has been, some concerns. The recommendation still stands from all the parties that we move forward on this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Isaac?
Hey, I think this is a great idea too. I mean, considering that we're going to do an expansion on the current health center, you're going to have to relocate people here and there, store stuff, so we can do that expansion. So I can't wait to vote on this. Thank you.
Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Motion carries. Awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next resolution is Health Tribal Opioid Settlement Fund.
Now therefore it be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors authorizes the Health Division's acceptance for the TOSF funds in the amount of $538,461. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Health Division CEO or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion from Isaac and support by Tyler. James, Joel, could one of you explain this in detail, please?
Yep, Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director. This is funding, we're here for the opportunity to accept the funding. The MDHHS, or the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, has provided an opportunity for us, or for tribes, to apply for the Tribal Opiate Settlement Funds. The Health Division will utilize the funds to reduce barriers to treatment, expanding some of the recovery services that we currently have, and we had a kind of a brainstorming meeting to develop our needs and goals related to this funding. Some of the main highlights would be putting some more dollars in inpatient care, which we're always utilizing year in, year out. Increasing our transportation capabilities by buying some recovery transport vans. So there's a lot of different aspects of it. Obviously, overdose prevention is still a thing. Kind of some new technology for the MAT clinic. It's a, what do you call it, a ultrasound for finding hard to get to veins that they wanted to utilize this new technology for that. So a lot of kind of diverse thought went into kind of coming up with our solutions there, so.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Any questions or comments for the Health Division on this resolution?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Lana.
Yeah, I think we talked about it last time, to see the plan on what is available. The one thing that perked my ears, and I haven't heard that yet, is that to purchase vans. Is that going to be, because we've always had a problem with transportation when people want some help for inpatient services. Will this be for that purpose? So when they are ready to go, we can get them in a vehicle and get them where they need to go?
Well, the transportation, obviously, I agree with you 100%. There's a issues surrounding the transportation issues. In the dollars that we have, just to explain a little bit more, we looked at taxi type tokens and paying for localized travel, as well as utilizing the vans that we purchase for recovery-based events or getting them to appointments and different things like that. Now, I know there's some other transportation plans in the tribe that I'm not as familiar with. I don't know if this will actually expand to be able to deliver patients to treatment all the time because of the fact of the driver side of it. I mean, our plan was to make it more localized at this point, but transportation is still on our radar as something that we need to address for sure. Bus tickets, I think, could be made available to get them to, we'll do our best to try to get someone there because we know it's a big step to get there, to get to that point where you're ready to go, so.
And that'll be in conjunction with like the MAC clinic, if they need transportation to the MAC clinic.
Localized stuff is going to be one of the priorities to get them there.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no hands, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. Thank you, guys, appreciate it. The next resolution is final resolution assignment to KGA.
Now therefore be resolved that the board hereby authorizes and approves the assignment of all of its rights, obligations, title, and interest under the agreement to the authority pursuant to the assignment of rights under third amended and restated online gaming and sports betting agreement. Be it further resolved that this assignment pursuant to the assignment agreement is effective immediately upon the authority accepting such pursuant to a resolution adopted at a duly called authority meeting.
Motion by Isaac, support by Tyler. Ryan, could you explain this in detail, please, why we're doing this, if you support it?
First, yes, we do support it. And so the reasons we're doing this is the online gaming license is currently held by the tribal government. When we switched from Wynn Entertainment over to Caesars as our partner for the online gaming and sports betting, we entered into a restated agreement, switching over everything to the tribal government. But part of that agreement was the long-term plan was to take the Michigan gaming license that is for online gaming and put it in the Kuwaitan Authority's name. We've been working for about a year and a half with the Michigan Gaming Control Board on finalizing that. It has been a long process, but we're getting close to the end where MCGB, the Michigan Gaming Control Board, which licenses and regulates this activity, is going to approve the transfer of the license from the tribal government's name, the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians name, into the Kuwaitan Casinos Gaming Authority's name. So all of our brick and mortar gaming, and online gaming will then be housed under the Kuwaitan Gaming Authority, as was the direction several years ago from the board when they took the iGaming from Sioux Tribe Inc. and started moving it towards the tribe proper. What this would be the first step in triggering that contract clause, where the board of directors has to assign all its rights to Kuwaitin, and Kuwaitin has to, at their next gaming authority, accept those rights. Kuwaitin Gaming Authority will have to do their own waiver of sovereign immunity, which we have in place right now for the tribal government. Then March 3rd meeting, we will be rescinding the waiver with the government. So then the only waiver of sovereign immunity, the only licensure, everything will be housed with Kuwaitin Casinos Gaming Authority. This has been in the works for several years. It was the plan once we started moving all the iGaming from STI over to the tribe.
Okay, and then last question, why in your opinion is it preferable that the online gaming license be housed with the Kuwaitin Gaming Authority versus the Sioux Tribe government? And do you think that we'll miss out on the municipality tax?
No, we shouldn't miss out on any kind of a revenue or tax, whether it's with the gaming authority or with the tribal government proper. It's with the way we're structuring our entities across the board, with Kuwaitin Gaming Authority as being a separate entity, in part to protect the liability of Kuwaitin and the liability of the tribe. It's just legal best practices to have all the gaming operations under the main authority of the tribal body that governs all of our gaming, which is the Kuwaitin Gaming Authority.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Aaron, Bridget, Kim Gravel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I saw something posted earlier today, somebody who was fear-mongering and suggesting that somehow if this moves over to the gaming authority, that it'll be less controlled by the tribe. But anybody who knows that the tribal board is the gaming authority, is the gaming commission. Someday we'll evolve to a higher level, more sophisticated, evolved state than that. But it will not at all. It'll affect our funding. It's all tribal funding in the end. Moving it to a gaming authority, and then someday if we have a separate gaming authority than the tribal board, then that is the tribal business model that is most effective in Indian country. So the politics of hire my relative or don't fire my relative goes away, and then the enterprises can operate more effectively. Thanks.
Bridget, Kim Gravel, Atlanta.
So, Ryan, I agree why it would make sense to put it with the rest of the gaming, but I don't agree with doing it. Because I think, we've had government shortfalls recently with our budget. And I understand where we put money into the casinos, and I'm not saying that we didn't need that. But at the same time, the board has the discretion, once they get those funds, to do whatever that may be necessary for that year that we want to do. And if we just give it to the casino, then we don't have as much control. You can say that we do, but we don't. So I would rather them stay with the government. I think that's why part of the reason that we did it in the first place, so it was a revenue stream coming into the government side where we could potentially use it. I understand it's all gaming and to put it there, but I just don't agree with sending it over to the casino right now.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Austin. I just wanted to make sure that maybe I didn't explain it properly. I apologize. But when we moved the operations to the tribe, and when we switched from Wynn Entertainment to Caesars, this tribal board did a waiver of sovereign immunity and entered into an agreement with Caesars that mandated, once Michigan Gaming Control Board was ready to transfer the license to Kuwaitin, that this resolution would come forward and be approved by the board. You've already contracted to do this. To not do it would be a violation of our contract agreement. So I should have led with that. I apologize. This was the plan, as I stated, but it was also contractually what we agreed to with Caesar Entertainment and with Michigan Gaming Control Board. So this is, in my opinion, really just the formality we need to execute that contract agreement. If it doesn't happen, then we're going to have a closed session about what that means with the contract enforcement. So please,
I was going to talk about that.
Please
but
don't
you
table
beat
it
me
and
to
please vote
Ryan.
on it.
I'm going to say some other things too, and it's my turn. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, I tried doing some research on it today and I couldn't find anything.
On what? I'm sorry, on Kim?
on the contract or anything, so I'm with Bridget. I'm a no on this right now because I want to read up on that and I don't remember that agreement, and it might have been when I was off the board. So I look at it as you're taking the money from governmental, they're struggling right now, and it's going over to Kuwaitan. And then, like she said, yes, we do have some control over it, but not all of it. So I don't know if we want to table this till we all get a chance to look at the contract, or I don't know if anyone else here has seen it.
So I want to point something out. So this is the transfer of the license, not the funds. The funds have already been allocated to the casino. The funds are paying for the renovation of this property. The license wasn't originally with the tribe, and then we transferred it to KGA. It was originally with Sioux Tribe, Inc., and we used online gaming funds to purchase golf courses while this property was rotting. So you guys drive down to Bay Mills, look at what they're doing at their property, and they're using the same funds, their funds from DraftKings, to renovate that property as well. So this is just something that you have to do to keep up with the competition. And I would urge you guys to recall what this place looked like before we vested those dollars into this property.
If need be, I can circulate again I didn't bring my laptop up here because I didn't anticipate looking it up on the fly, but we did, I think it was 2024, is when we did that resolution to enter into the third restatement gaming, online gaming and sports betting agreement with Caesars, and it was executed at this level. It was signed by Chairman Lowe's, and it's in effect now. And paragraph 15 of that agreement is what we're working under right now, which does mandate that when MGCB is ready to transfer the license, and we're getting to that point now, that we've already pre-agreed to bring these resolutions forward. I understand they can be voted down, and that's the tribal politics angle, right? But there are going to be consequences if it doesn't pass, which we'll have to talk about. If that's the case, then I'll want workshop time next week to talk about what that means.
And I would once again like to highlight, the Board of Directors already agreed to this when we agreed to do business with Caesars from Wynn. We agreed that when the time came, the license would be transferred and the tribe, meaning the Board of Directors, waives sovereign immunity. So there could be legal consequences from this. All this does is transfer the license from the tribal government to the gaming authority. The funds are already obligated to the casino for the renovations, period.
Is there a deadline
So this is a
on this?
formality.
Is there a deadline on this, or could we table it until we all got a look? I'd like to read the contract. I mean, I'm not saying it's not right, but I'm voting on something I don't know.
There's not a strict deadline, so to speak, but it's gonna hold up all the licensures that Josh and I have been putting on a lot of work and time onto finalizing for you guys per your previous direction. So, no, there's not like a strict timeline, but Michigan Gaming Control Board is waiting on this piece, as is Caesars, and we have a contractual obligation. I'll just keep saying that. I would prefer you not to table it. I can certainly send you all the contract again. You should have access to it already. So. Yeah, but it's in like our shared folders. I mean,
It's in the J drive.
Yeah, I'll send it out. I'll send it out again.
Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, nobody on the governmental side can hold this license anyway because nobody's approved by the state.
Correct.
The only ones approved is our CFO for the casino.
Yeah, our
It's pretty
staff.
simple. We can't hold a license because nobody's approved by the state.
Our
You
staff.
can look at the contract.
Our staff that holds the iGaming license right now is our CEO of Quaden, and it was our former CFO of Quaden, and we're now getting our finance director at Quaden license for the iGaming. So we need to have 2 licenses, and that is in the works right now. So.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to the speaking list. Lana?
Yeah, I understand the concept too. So the money that we had when we first started, did we workshop this at all? Because I know we didn't get to the agenda review today.
So we have workshopped this along with every other item on today's agenda multiple times. Ryan's been working on this for
I know
about a
he's been
year.
working on it. We didn't get to review the agenda, so we never had an opportunity to ask any of these questions today.
So, hold on one
um,
second. Ryan, was this workshopped?
Get 5 days' notice.
Yeah, I'll have to look up when we last workshopped this, but we've talked about this at Kuwait and Gaming Authority level and the Board of Directors level, both in my executive reports and CEO Alan Carriage's executive reports to the Gaming Authority. And when we first initiated into this agreement with Caesars, we workshopped it extensively under former general counsel. It's been workshopped a lot, yes.
Okay, so, and we have, when we first started getting that tax, it went to the tribal government. So when we switched over to Caesars, then it changed in the
No,
Kuwait.
I gotta correct you.
Yeah, please
STI.
correct me.
STI was the original holder of that license, so they had those funds. They had those funds for several years, and then it was transferred to the government, and then we were in the process of changing it to the Kuwait Gaming Authority, because we've siloed everything gaming related away from government.
Okay. So when we get those funds, it's not gonna, you said it's not gonna jeopardize the funds that we get, so when we get those funds, it'll just be business as usual, and it'll go to the casino. And do they budget it? Do they use it for renovation? Do they use it for salary?
This is about the license, not about the funds. Like, we can still tax them on the back end, on the government side.
My hand's still up.
So, hold on a second. The vast majority of these funds are going to pay for the renovation. They have been for years. That's no surprise. That's what's paying for the renovation.
You don't have to talk like that. I'm asking the question.
Lana,
I know.
I think if I understand your question, the iGaming funds, even under WIN, once we transferred them away from Sioux Tribe Inc., they are already and have been being deposited with Kuwaitan. So nothing in this resolution is changing our process that we've been doing for the past several years. They are on the books at Kuwaitan. The Kuwaitan CFO logs in the iGaming revenue. All that's already happening and has been happening for several years. This isn't going to change that. This is just going to get the license in Kuwaitan's name. But the process has already been switched over to as Austin said, with the funds already going to Kuwaitan. And we did that several years ago. That's already been happening and continues to happen today.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, Rob?
I'm going to try to say this without being rude, but it's a little bit embarrassing that we're even having this conversation right now, considering that the contract's already in place, and not to mention that we've already allocated the funding in previous resolutions, and this isn't about the funding, it's about fulfilling our contract, and there should be no reason to vote no on this when our job is to move forward with previously supported contracts that were voted in by a majority. This type of conversation right here is what gets us sued. Our general counsel is literally telling you there's going to be consequences because you're already in contract that we will have to deal with in closed. So, I mean, should be 12 yeses across the board and we carry on and fulfill our contracts. Not fulfilling our contracts has cost us millions and millions of dollars over the years, and we gotta start knowing what we're talking about when we get to the table so we don't look incompetent like this. This is an easy 12 yeses, fulfill your contract, that's it. So that's my nicest way of saying that.
Mike?
I think there was some confusion on how it got presented, though. I think that in part, we're just doing the permits, and then we're changing the permit's name. We're not talking about where the allocation of funds are going to in this conversation. And there is two separate funds there. There's the iGaming revenue itself, and then the municipality tax, which I think there was some disagreement on that municipality tax, and I think that needs to get revisited, but that's not this conversation. And I think that got lost in this, in part because we didn't workshop this last week. And we have talked about it, but it's been so long since we talked about it last time that when it comes up on the agenda, if we workshop stuff the week before, we don't run into this. And it's unfortunate that we didn't get to it, but we have been busy, so I get it. And I get that we needed to address it, but I think that got lost today and a little bit on that. And had we had that discussion prior to this, that part would have gotten everybody would have understood that. This is the permit only. We're not having the funding conversation on where iGaming revenues go, and we're not having the conversation on where that municipality tax of iGaming goes. We are just talking about where the permit is housed, correct?
That is correct, and I will apologize that I did not anticipate we needed to workshop this again, because we have, granted, it has been a little bit, but we have workshopped this, in my opinion, very extensively, and maybe I'm wrong, I think I flagged it in our executive reports, and that this is coming down the pipeline. I know Alan did as well, so I apologize if we should have workshopped this again. That I'll take ownership of that one, but I did not anticipate that we'd have this conversation. There's a contractual obligation that we have to do.
Understood. I'll yield.
Okay, Sean, then Bridget, and that'll be your second turn, Bridget, then Isaac, then Kim,
Hands
that'll be your
up,
second
Austin.
turn.
Austin, can you tell my hands up? My hands up before Bridget spoke the last time.
How about this? How about I add you guys at the end? Hold on a
Please
second,
put
you
me in
guys.
order. Just let me know when.
Okay,
Let me
so
know
I
when.
have Sean, Bridget,
I
Isaac,
took
Kim
my hand
Gravel.
down
Okay.
a while ago.
Okay, well, I'll
Thanks.
cross you off then. So I have Sean, Isaac, Kim Gravel, Aaron, Lana, and Aaron, that will be your second turn when I call on you. Lana will as well, and Kim Gravel as well. So Sean.
This was workshopped, and I remember it, but I never did remember hearing that we have tribal gaming, and then we have the state gaming, which is the iGaming. To me, commingling those two funds under Kewadin Gaming, now that I understand a little bit more about it from talking to another tribe, I don't think we should do that, but if you've been working on that with a compact with the state, and you commingle them, would that not open our Kewadin Gaming Authority numbers and revenue to the state, where the state compact is open, but our tribal gaming is kind of hidden under another tribal gaming entity? And I feel that if you want to keep it under Kewadin Gaming, they get paid from the vendor, but the municipal tax that they're getting as well, I feel a portion of that should go to member services and maybe our elder fund. They shouldn't get the full amount of everything, and I know we need tribal renovations and on and on and on. And Austin said it's been going on for years. Well, it really hasn't. It's been going on the last couple of years. For 20 years, nothing got done. That's why the buildings look like they do. So, you know, we talk about Enbridge, don't mix oil and water. Now we're mixing tribal gaming and state gaming.
So I wanna.
I was gonna say, respond to that, please, Ryan.
So if you mean, I'm not sure exactly, Sean, what you mean by commingling, but the funds are tracked separately. So we have our brick and mortar, we have our revenue, we have all that stuff tracked one way. We have our iGaming, and it's tracked separately. And the funds aren't commingled, and maybe the way that you're intending, I'm not quite following that.
Oh,
But
they're
they are tracked separately. This, I'm not, I can't speak for every tribe that does iGaming, but this is not uncommon to set up this type of scheme where iGaming and brick and mortar gaming is all under whatever the gaming authority of that tribe is. When we first made the decision in 2024, in February of 2024, that we discussed all that and how we believed it was legal best practices. It was in line with what most tribes are doing, and I'm gonna have to recollect my memory on all those workshops, but we believed at the time that it was the best course of action for Kewadin and for Sioux Tribe proper, or else we wouldn't have entered into that contract with the language we did. And granted, I know some of you weren't on the board or weren't sworn in, you know, it was maybe not sworn in yet, you weren't on the board yet during that, but this was vetted extensively by our attorneys, our outside counsel. We had a consultant group that Caesars brought in that all their firm does is focus on online gaming with MGCB. Like this has been thoroughly vetted, and we've been trying to push this forward since before I became your general counsel. You know, things got slowed down because of resignations and cyber breach, et cetera, but things are picking back up, and we believe it's time to finalize this. The Michigan Gaming Control Board is ready to finalize it. Caesars is ready to finalize it. I don't know how many more times I can answer that.
No, and
same
just,
question.
my second point is, if you put both of them together, what's gonna stop Graham Kubiak from sitting at her house gaming rather than coming into a brick and mortar casino to gamble? So we're gonna lose
I
money
mean, what's
that
stopping
way.
her now? She
If
can
you
do
kept
it
them
now.
separate.
She can download this, she can download our app and do it now. She could be gaming, she could be running slots and running online gaming simultaneously, for all I know, right
you
now.
could.
She's probably in there doing
But-
both.
If we would have another workshop on all of this, would it hinder you to table this to another week or 2 weeks with the state?
I'd request to go into closed.
I just want to say this first, like, this whole conversation is slightly embarrassing, and I'm going to say it as nicely as Rob did. You know, this should be an even 12 votes across the table, because this is something that we already agreed to as a tribal government. When we entered that contract with Caesars, it stated that the gaming license would be transferred to the Quaidon Gaming Authority, period. And you waive sovereign immunity, meaning you can be sued. It's not going to impact the revenue. It's not going to impact the way that the revenue is being used to renovate this property, which is badly needed. Like, this is a formality. And our legal department is telling us that there's going to be repercussions if you don't do what you already agreed in contract to do. Like, if we need to table this, we can, but I mean,
Can we go into close
this is
first,
getting
Austin?
silly, you guys.
Requested to go into
If
closed.
we're gonna go into
Okay,
close.
so any objection to going into closed, you guys? Hearing no objection, we're gonna go into closed. So anyone who isn't a Sioux Tribe member or staff, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave for the time being. We are back and open. We're still on the same resolution, final resolution assignment to KGA. We have a speaker list that consists only of Aaron at this point. And Aaron, this will be your second time speaking.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, several people spoke more than twice. I just want to go on the record and say that in closed session. What I would say is, first of all, Ryan, I guess we've been having a little bit of difficulty in our communication, but I want to tell you, because I'm always going to call it like it is, you have not misstated anything. You didn't say anything confusing. You have nothing to apologize for, because the board knew this was coming, because this is the board that enacted it. And the chairman said it real clearly. We get 5 days notice. If you have any questions ahead of time, ask the questions. Legal counsel reports directly to the board. And if your questions are such that you could vote no on something so important, then please take the time 5 days in advance. Give the general counsel a call. I'm a little worried that there might be some shadow government going on here, where several people seem to have the same concern or question, but half of us appear not to, because either we did our homework or we understood what we're doing. And I'm not calling anybody stupid, so nobody can default to that and get all wounded and get defensive. But it is our job. Our job handles multi-million-dollar contracts, and we said we would do this. And I do not remember at all when we handed over the assignment of these resources to Sioux Tribe Inc., for which they used those funds to justify their bonuses on Sioux Tribe Inc. before, the old Sioux Tribe Inc., not the new and improved Sioux Tribe Inc. Those concerns didn't appear to be in place, including when they refused to sign off on allowing us to have access to our own records. So this, Ryan, as general counsel, you did an excellent job with explaining what we are legally obligated to do and what the consequences if we don't do it. This is something that we contemplated. It's something that everybody at this board table should have known that we were doing, because this is the board that voted on it. I think there's maybe one board member who might have been out of office during the time when all this was happening, but I'm not sure that's true either, but maybe. But everybody else should know. So let's do our job. We get paid very, very well. Let's come to the table understanding what we're going to vote on. Ask the questions ahead of time. Ryan has explained this. This should have been a routine vote today, not a big upheaval where several board members appeared to have concerns that they've never expressed before today either. That's the other side of this coin. Never have they expressed those concerns before today. So, all right, with that, I would like to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay, you guys, so Lana, I'd call on you, but I've called on you twice on this, and I'm trying to move this meeting forward. So does anyone
I
else
get 3 times, don't I?
No, it's twice. Does anyone else want to speak that hasn't spoken twice on this issue? Okay, then we'll roll call, please.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Sean.
No.
Kimberly Gravel.
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution that we have is tribal court standing for tribal citizens.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby acknowledges, honors, and guarantees the rights of Sault Ste. Marie tribal citizens' due process and standing in tribal court to uphold the U.S. constitutional rights to the First Amendment, the right to run and serve in elective office, and any other U.S. and Sioux Tribe constitutional rights therein. Be it further resolved that no tribal board of directors, past, present, and future, has the authority to abridge the aforementioned U.S. constitutional rights, nor American Indian civil rights, nor existing rights as established in this tribe of Chippewa Indians, including the U.S. First Amendment constitutional right and the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe constitutional right to seek and hold office. Be it finally resolved that any abridge of said rights of the aforementioned above are reaffirmed as removable offenses from office with due process afforded to Sioux Tribe citizens and standing in tribal court with a waiver of sovereign immunity for tribal members to sue to protect against violation of said rights.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, motion by Aaron,
Support.
supported by Kim. So Aaron, you sponsored this. Would you like to use one of your 2 turns to speak on it first?
Sure. So I have a feeling how this is going to go. The same opposition we heard earlier we'll hear arguments that we never had a chance to review it or to consider it. Since the day that I got on this board, I started considering all of these issues, our rights and our protections. Our Constitution says that we will honor the U.S. Constitution, and when we take our oath of office, we take an oath to uphold the tribal constitution. And so, we can argue that we're a unitary form of government, and so we might be changing it eventually, but we're a one-form government now, and that you don't have such rights. But it makes no sense to me that when the vast majority of the people of this tribe have indicated that they want a three-branch government, that they want due process, that they want standing in tribal court, that they want to be able to sue their very government if they violate their rights, that there's no good reason why we should delay this. We should institute it now. I'm guessing there's going to be a bunch of arguments that we're not ready for it, but I think we are ready for it. The people of this tribe are ready for it, and we'll see how people vote, but I can't imagine anybody would oppose affording our citizens the very right to due process, the right to have standing, and the right to sue if your rights are being violated. That makes no sense to me, but we'll see how the votes lay. Thank you.
Bridget?
Ryan, did you write this resolution?
No, legal did not draft this resolution.
Did you guys get a chance to review it?
We saw it when it was shortly before it was noticed to the whole board and the public, but I did not do a deep dive into all the codes or anything that this might need to be changed, no.
And I'm not, I think that we need to do something like this, but I guess my problem is I think it's a conflict of interest when the sponsor of this resolution, and I wouldn't normally talk about this, but he put it in his unit report that the board was suing him, so I think this is just.
It's out of order, Mr. Chairman. You can't impugn somebody's motivation for placing an item on the agenda. It's out of order.
All right, guys, let's keep it clean, but it's gone both ways, you guys, so let's just keep it clean.
Thanks for being interrupted as usual, but that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, Lana?
So I absolutely 100% support members having standing in court. And I'll support this, but how is that going to work in conjunction with, we'll have to have your input here, Ryan. How's that going to work in conjunction, if you only seen it, in conjunction with what we're doing with the constitutional amendments now? How's that envisioned?
I mean, this guaranteeing rights to due process and standing to uphold their constitutional rights would be in line with the direction we're taking, right, with doing the constitutional amendments to change our constitution to be more proactive in that, to have the three branches, to express our own Bill of Rights as well as the United States Bill of Rights. So this appears to be in line with the direction we're going right now, right, with the constitutional amendments. My questions would be, we'd have to figure out how to codify this. Doing the resolution is great, but then we might need to change something in the elections ordinance if we have the right, we can't abridge the right to run and serve an elective office. Our chapter 10 does say if you get removed, you can't run again for 2 election cycles. Is that in violation of this resolution? Is this a change to chapter 10, which requires positive majority? I don't know if that was the intent from Director Payment, if that was to change chapter 10 or just have this broad statement and then we figure out the code later. So I don't know. I don't have all the answers, Lana, but there would be.
Point of inquiry?
Yes. I don't know.
Yes. The board, point of inquiry takes precedence. The board rescinded the prohibition against if you've been removed from office, you can't run. That's been rescinded. That's in the current code.
Right, we don't have it used to be full stop, where if you got removed, you couldn't run. Now it's if you get removed, you have to sit out 2 election cycles.
Oh, in the
current chapter 10, yeah. And so if this, that part might need to change if we adopt this resolution.
Okay,
just to remove it entirely, right? So
go ahead, and if you're finished, Lana still has the floor.
Thank you, Austin. Yeah, So, in your opinion, this is in line with what we're doing, the road we're taking right now for the constitutional amendment. This will excel it, or I guess that's what I want to know. Will this take precedence on moving forward? Because again, I agree with it.
I guess this would, if this gets approved, right, it becomes the law of our tribe. We'll have to figure out in the actual statutes of our tribe how to codify this. But if this gets approved tonight, this becomes the law. And so then we have, through statute, we've codified that right of the citizens, right, to challenge the government when they feel their constitutional rights are being violated. We'll have to make code changes to incorporate all that, which can be done. And it's going to be done whether you approve this resolution or whether we just move forward with the adoption and election of our constitutional amendments. It's something that, we've already discussed working on. This would just trigger, if you approve this, that will trigger our department to look at the codes more in depth quicker than we otherwise would have if we were going to wait to do this until the constitutional amendments passed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have Sean, Mike, Kim Gravel, then Aaron, and Aaron, that would be your second time speaking.
First of all, I'd like to state, when I got on this board 4 years ago, I seen people writing resolutions on napkins and talking to their people on their phone. And I think I talked about it, maybe I'm wrong, but I think there's a resolution or some talk that all the resolutions have to be drafted by you if you're not recused out for some reason. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think I remember that.
No.
And I think
No.
that's the way resolutions.
Point of inquiry,
Aaron,
point of
Aaron,
inquiry,
Aaron,
Mr. Gen-
Aaron.
I have the floor.
Aaron, he's got the floor.
Point of inquiry, point of
Second of all,
inquiry.
you just
It has
stated- First
precedence.
of all, I'd like to state.
Aaron, what's your point of inquiry? It's got to be a question, not a statement. You know
Well,
the
it
rules.
is.
Okay.
It is. Mr. General Counsel, do you know of any document, legal standing, anything that requires legal counsel to have to write the resolutions for the board under any circumstance?
I do not offhand.
Thank you.
I cannot. No.
All right, Sean. go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Well, we did talk about that, and there will be a resolution at next meeting for that, so, to keep consistency. And I should have started out with members, workers, I always have their back, so I'm all for this. But this is in what's going to be sent out to the BIA, correct? So why would we be voting on this ahead of time? That should never be. And right at the top, it says guaranteeing Sioux Tribe citizen. Doesn't say Sioux Tribe citizens, it says citizen. I take offense to that. And the second thing, if we pass this right now, would other members that were wronged in the past be able to sue immediately? Motion to table this or throw it out and let it get sent off to the BIA with the rest of the packet and call it good. We shouldn't even be talking about this. I'm done.
Yeah, typically, when if a new law changes or it passes, we can't retroactively enforce it on things that happened in the past, only going forward. So if this passes today, there are exceptions to that, but the general rule, right, is if you pass this and this is our law going forward. But if I was wronged by the tribe last year, I didn't have standing last year, that's something that happened under that law, and I probably don't have recourse to sue you now that this law's changed. But if you violate my rights again, once you pass this, certainly I have the right to sue you. Sue the
I think I
government,
still got the
right.
floor, so I'll just make a motion to table this.
Okay, so there's a motion and support to table, which suspends debate, so we'll do roll call on that.
Rob,
No.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Aaron,
No.
Isaac. No. Kimberly Gravel, Kimberly Hampton,
No.
Michael,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Lana,
No.
Tyler,
No.
Bridget. Yes. 6 noes, 5 yeses.
What was that counting?
Wait a minute, yeah, how's
Say
that?
yes first, then no. You're throwing me off.
1, 2,
I
3,
think there's 5 and 6.
5 yeses.
6 noes.
Six noes.
Motion to table fails, so let's get back to the speaking list. I have Mike, Kim Gravel, Aaron, that'll be your second turn, then Bridget, that'll be your second turn as well.
Okay, you just mentioned that in passing this, no new laws go back to old. Yet, under the second resolve, it's saying that past, present, and future it's recognizing that we're gonna go backwards. So have you looked at that? What's the legal opinion on past board's actions of violating? Because it's in this resolve, so that matters. That's one question. I do have to follow up.
Microphone. So the way and I didn't draft this, so I don't want to speak for Director Payment as this is his sponsor to this, but the way I read that the first be it further resolved was it would apply to board members who are currently on the board, maybe on the board in the future after this election cycle, or were on the board in the past, if they currently violate some kind of rights, but it's not worded in the way I read it that they're past actions. It's just if they were a past board member and they did something that could trigger. It's worded maybe a little vague, but it appears to call out that if you were a former board member, that this would somehow apply to you. And if you did, and then after this is passed, if you did something that somehow violated
Well,
our
see, that was
rights,
gonna be
but
my second question,
it wouldn't
though.
make sense, right?
The third resolve then addresses the aforementioned above, that if you did do that, you then are in violation. And then
Yeah.
subject to removal. So my question, again, will go is that we're saying all past and then potentially could lead to constitutional, anybody who violated it in the past could lead to removals in the future as well. So say something that happened in 1984, someone could say, hey, they violated my rights, that board member gets on this year. Are we saying, is this law that we're looking at saying that they could be removed for that if they get found in court for that violation?
I believe that is what, the strict wording of this would imply that. I would question whether that would have any legal basis
Because of
to do
ex facto post.
to retroactive
I
this
agree
law,
100% with
right?
you, but the way that this is written leads to possible different interpretations.
And I
Okay, I guess
yeah, and I
then-
said generally that's not, there are exceptions. What I'd have to, I would want time to do, if that's a request of the board, I would want time to do a legal analysis to explain to you fully, not tonight on the fly, what kind of exceptions apply.
We've
Because you
already
can't,
noted that-
retroactive a law,
Yeah.
but generally, generally you can't, but there are instances where you can, constitutional rights could be one of them, but I'm not prepared to give you a full analysis right now on the fly of that.
Do we, I guess, do we know if the court was involved with helping write this, or is there, you've already identified chapter 10 that would probably need to be addressed. Are there other codes that would need to be addressed if we are just going to blanket
Yeah,
this?
we probably have to update our civil procedure code, because a lot of these will be civil lawsuits. We'd have to make sure the changes would get incorporated into that code. Probably the removal code, right? You probably want to put a little something in the parliamentary rules ordinance. Those are just a couple off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Kim Gravel.
Okay, we have dates and deadlines set for the three-branch government workshops, everything. So are we just gonna start piecemealing it? You know, whenever someone thinks they need to do it? What do we have in the workshops for? That's my question. This should be part of our workshop for when we get it sent to the BIA for review. And Bridget said it. He's, you know, and he put it in his law, his,
That's out of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, let's
You
keep it
impugned
clean.
on me when I asked the question of Ryan earlier.
Keep it clean, guys, but to be fair, I'm gonna enforce it on the other side too. So if we're suggesting that, you know, the other side's talking and whatnot, we're impugning intent there as well. So let's just keep it clean. We're almost done.
Well, I think there's more to it than
Yeah.
this.
To sort of,
It's a conflict of interest. I'm going to call it out as it is.
And to
I consider
answer,
this-
and to answer your question, we've talked about this. I've advocated in the past for maybe taking this approach. I know Director LaPlante has. I know Judge Byron has as well. We can codify a lot of what we're trying to do in the Constitution, and we've talked about this. Former General Counsel talked about this. We've had those discussions. This appears to be a step towards that, but that was never. The majority of the board never took the step to initiate the actual codification of some kind of, separation of powers.
But that's what
In
we're
the
working
interim,
on.
while we work on the constitutional amendments, all the focus has been on the constitutional amendments. But certainly, nothing prohibits us from codifying these protections as this resolution appears to be doing, right? We've talked about that in so many ways.
If we vote on this, I vote to conflict him out of it.
All right, guys, so this is a speaking list I have. I have Aaron, Bridget, Lana, Rob. Does anyone want to be added to that? All right, so I'm going to assume, nope, I'm going to assume that we're going to vote after that then. You got to get elected. Yeah, no. All right, Aaron.
Yeah, so, all right, so this is the very reason why we need a separation of powers and we need an independent court, because you've got people sitting on this board that are attempting to call conflicts of interest. We just voted on the school on an issue with an immediate family member that was in conflict, and I've never raised it before. And when board members do that at this table and you call them out of conflict, call them out of order, we're supposed to rule that they are out of order. If board members are trying to impugn the reason why an item came to the board table, then that is out of order. There's no other way of looking at it. And so, all right, so having said that, this is exactly what the people want. There's several people who don't want it still, but the vast majority of our members want a separation of powers. They want a 3-branch. They want standing in tribal court. They want due process, and they want to be able to sue board members who make arbitrary and capricious decisions regarding other people's rights. Your right to elect somebody, your right to have somebody represent you. When we're elected, we're not elected to represent each other. We're elected to represent the people. And, unfortunately, what we've denigrated to as a government is if we say something or do something that makes somebody else uncomfortable, then all we have to do is pack up. As long as you have the votes, you can shut up the minority, but that violates their rights. And under the new Constitution, you won't be able to do that. So whether you do it today or you do it in the future, it's time to enjoy it for as long as you can, because you're not going to be able to do it when we do have standing in tribal court. The people want it. They want standing. And in the future, the people will not tolerate the board of directors violating their fundamental rights. So I have heard legal counsel. Legal counsel is advising you that this is consistent with what will be adopted in the new draft constitution. That is, unless board members change their vote, because I have heard that, that they misunderstood what we voted on. But I asked legal counsel when we voted unanimously on this, if we were reviewing the rest of the draft edits and amendments for a 3-branch, and he said yes. And then he even called our attention to it in the second section. While we removed it from the first section, it was still. And that's all on record, it's all on video. But, I'm fearful that we're going to renege now that we have a draft document done. And here's the final thing is, well, 2 final things in my time that I have, is that this is what the people want, and why people would stand in the way of that or make the argument that, oh, well, once the BIA gets around to it, then those rights will exist. There's no reason for us to deny people their due process rights today. I do take to heart what legal said. They need more time. So I'm going to make a motion to refer it to council to come back within 90 days to identify all of the draft code changes that need to happen in order for this to be enacted. That's my motion.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All right, so there's motion support. This is going to refer it to a workshop, which is essentially tabling. The suspends the date.
No, Mr. Chairman, refer to legal counsel to bring it back within 90 days. That's different than tabling.
All right, guys, roll call on this, please.
Okay. Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee. Sorry. Aaron,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel. Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Sean,
No.
Lana,
No.
Tyler,
Yes.
Bridget. No. Okay, so 1, 2, 6 yeses, 4 noes.
All right, so
Thank you.
motion to refer passes, so we're gonna move on from that resolution.
Hey, Austin, can I ask one clarifying thing?
Yep.
In 90 days, we're bringing back a list of all the codes that need to change, or we're bringing back all the red line, like, we're having all the codes ready to vote on? I just want to make sure that I know what to tell my staff to have ready in 90 days. Do you want all the red lines for all the codes that we identify? Do we want just the identify all the codes and maybe, just what is what is the deliverable at the end of the 90 days? Just want to make sure I'm clear in our direction.
I'm satisfied if they bring back a list and a timeline for when they're gonna accomplish it.
Okay.
All right, guys, the last resolution is the one that we waived rules to add. It's titled Approving Contract Enterprise Resource Planning Project.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby approves the contract for the ERP project with the preferred vendor indicated on the attached RIS up to the amount listed on the attached RIS from tribal support funds allocated for this project as a capital expenditure. Be it further resolved, the name of the vendors and the amount are deemed proprietary information pursuant to Resolution 2025-72 for the reasons listed on the attached RIS. Be it further resolved that if the tribe and the preferred vendor are unable to come to terms on the final contract, then the board authorizes negotiation and approval with the other vendor listed on the RIS. Be it further resolved that the final contract for the ERP project needs to be approved by the legal department prior to execution. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the governmental CFO to perform any necessary administrative budget modifications to carry out the terms of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute any and all documents to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler, support by Kim Gravel. Holly?
Holly Hopala, Governmental CFO. What this resolution will do is it will allow the tribe to finalize and secure a contract with a preferred vendor to update and implement a new ERP system. So this will replace our current existing J.D. Edwards platform, which has been in existence since 1992. So this will improve our workflow efficiencies and processes with this implementation. The preferred vendor does have tribal experience and is familiar with tribal governments and gaming. There's no waiver of sovereign immunity required. So this team and some other individuals went through multiple product reviews and bids and came forth with this resolution tonight to allow us to move forward on this new ERP.
Okay, I appreciate it. Appreciate all the hard work that the team has put into this, and I'm going to support your recommendation. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, roll call, please.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel. Sean,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Isaac,
No.
Lana,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee? Is she? Okay. Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
carried.
Motion carries, thank you. That brings us to new business. Are there any objections to handling the commercial captain license transfers together? Okay, hearing no objection, I'll handle them together. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the transfer of the following commercial captain's license. So the first would be David Whitman to Dakota Whitman. The second would be Floyd Paquin to Robert Paquin. Motion by Isaac, support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion?
Just a quick,
Go ahead, yep.
I just want to say Dakota Whitman's actually in my unit. I knew his grandfather. I know him, and I'm gonna be excited to see what he's gonna do. So, that's all.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing no more Sean? Okay, here's rubbing your hands. I thought you were putting your hand up, sorry. All right, so those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to our last item. Board concerns. Does anyone have them that they want to talk about at this meeting?
I do.
Aaron?
Yeah, so, all right, so I always submit my issues in writing, and I submitted them. And in May of 2022, the board voted to delegate access to the chair's emails in order to stay up on any funding notices and any really important communications that we couldn't afford to miss when I left office. Only one person had access to those, and I double checked with the CEO at the time, and she didn't even have access, and MIS didn't have access, but they granted access to one person. About 6 months ago or so, those emails that I had sent from the chair's office to different board members were circulating, and those are property of the tribe. They were circulating in like big stacks of them. So somebody was making copies somewhere and sending out large packets of confidential tribal property, of which only one person had access. And more recently, like a month ago or so ago, they start circulating those again. So they're making photocopies someplace or having them printed someplace, in trying to embarrass myself and Chairman Lowe's and another board member. And so I have shared this information several times. This is tribal property, and nobody has the right in our tribe to decide for themselves to make photocopies and circulate confidential internal documents of the tribe, and that's exactly what's happening. And it's pretty easy if we were to establish an investigation on how to trace where those came from, because there's only one person who had access. So over the years, we've had the board vote to launch investigations that have cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars having to do with tribal team members, and then they've been dismissed afterwards. And I don't understand why, when our own property of the tribe is being circulated in photocopies mailed out to tribal members, and nobody else at the board table, or maybe somebody else at the board table, has concern about it, but why we're not doing anything about it. Sensitive client-based information, sensitive contractual information. I don't know the full depth of all the documents that are being circulated. All I know is that what I said in my emails actually shows that I was trying to protect the assets of the tribe, so I'm not ashamed about it. But I also know that somebody needs to be accountable for leaking those documents in violation of their duty when they were on this board of directors. So I expect something to happen. I don't know if it will, because I've brought it to this table several times, and I don't know if it's because who we suspect it is that we don't have the same concern. But so something needs to be done about it. Thank you.
Lana?
Yeah, I would concur with you, Aaron. Almost seems like that's the way of the things that are happening right now, but we can't pick and choose what should be put out and what should not. I'm reading on different sites and people are sending me information. There's client-based information on there, so we can't have it both ways. Some can be released and some can't. So let's look at it all. The other thing, I'm starting to read in unit reports where members' clients-based information is in unit reports now about the services that they receive when they are under tragedy. So, I don't know. There's plenty of that going around. Just like tonight, this hostile environment where, Kim brings things up and, yeah. So let's not talk about both sides of our mouth here.
Okay, that's out of order. Blatantly.
All right, guys, any other board concerns? I would disagree that this board meeting is a hostile environment. We have 1,700 employees. I don't think a single one of them has concern for the board of directors right now, or myself, the chairman. So are we good, guys? Isaac, go ahead.
We're well on the move until you can.
Sorry about that, guys, sorry. So anybody else? All right, then without objection, we will adjourn this meeting, and seeing no one that objects, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody. See everyone next Tuesday.